as soon as the Vice Chancellor finds our way in, we shall be going for the opening prayer. And then thereafter, we shall introduce some of the key participants that we have. Then we shall go and watch the project documentary. The team has put together a documentary, and then we shall have remarks by the principal. And I want to welcome our two principals, the principal, Professor Edward Bale, and the deputy principal, Professor Wakadala James. You're welcome. And other colleagues from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the National Planning Authority, Mosabode, PEP, IDRC, our farmers, among others. So after that, we shall go to, we're expecting to be graced by the Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, or her representative. After that first session, we shall go for a group photo. We shall walk and go to the steps, have a group photo. After that, we shall immediately from there, we shall come back in this room and have our breakfast, and then come to listen to the presentations of our study findings. But the project team has put together two policy briefs on what they are going to be presenting. So please take this time to go through so that when the time comes for presentation, you have read something. Our presentation, our theme today is rural renewable energy, micro and small medium industries operating to modernize agriculture here in Uganda. Of course, the study, as you know, as the project team will be telling us, this study is also carried out in other countries in sub-Saharan, but we shall concentrate. Online, we shall be joined by the Executive Director of PEP, Professor Mariara, who will be giving her remarks through online. I hope the media team have been able to locate Professor Mariara online. And Professor Mariara was my supervisor, my PhD supervisor, so I think I am very happy that my supervisor will be giving the remarks. And that means I have to make sure I do very well so that I don't let her down. So let's have some more 5 minutes as we wait for the Vice Chancellor. Let's continue with the interactions. And as soon as the Vice Chancellor comes in, we shall start our conference. DJ.
upepo wapita, jua linacheka, anga tulivu, njia ya kale, moyo watembea, sauti ya upepo, pole pole, mwanga wa mlima, ndege waimba, mawingu juu, moyo watulia. Mlima mkubwa, mwanga wabaki. Safari yetu pole pole, mwanga wa mlima. Sauti ya mlima, upepo waja, mwanga wanga, moyo watulia, miti yasimama, jua lapanda, njia ya kale Jua lafika, mlima wangoja, upepo waja, pole pole, mawingu yapita, moyo waimba, safari njema, mwanga mkuu, mwanga wa mlima, mwanga wa mlima, pole pole, pole pole, pole pole, mwanga wa juu, asubuhi njema, ndege waimba, miti yatulia.
Us all. I want to welcome our dear principal and the deputy principal who are here with us, our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ministry of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the National Planning Authority, our partners that we have worked together with, the UECCC, Musa Bode, Sun Culture, our farmers, those who are respondents in this study, the research team led by the PI, the principal investigator, Professor Edward Bale, Dr. Isa Nanyiti, Dr. Florence Luisa, Javira Sewankambo, and all the research assistants. We welcome you. I want to welcome in a special way the Environment for Development board member and also the principal production officer, Wakiso District. You are welcome, Madam Sevaganzi. The faculty members, professors who are here, and everyone, you are most welcome. So, as it is usual our culture here in Uganda, we want to report this workshop to God and officially invite him to join us and then have better deliberations. So, allow me to invite Mr. Edwin Wampamba to come and lead us into a prayer.
Very good morning to you all. Let's humble ourselves for the word of prayer. Most merciful God, the Lord of grace, we glorify your name above all. We are all alive this morning, not because of our strength, power, or wisdom, but because of your grace. Before you, we dedicate our policy conference. Could you guide us and make all the findings from this study impactful in our lives, country, and the continent? With that, we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Edwin, for that prayer. So now we have the Lord's blessings in this workshop. So once again, welcome. And there are some things, what we usually call the housekeeping rules. And also, we may want to visit some places. So to do that, allow me invite our principal communication officer, the college. You know, we usually say the college. When you're talking about Cobamos, we start with the College of Business and Management Sciences.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Babienda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rita Namisango. I'm a Principal Communication Officer at Makerere University. We are honored to see you here. Thank you for honoring the invitations from the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, in partnership with the Principal, College of Business and Management Sciences, Professor Edward Bale. Just some brief housekeeping rules. Let us ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Reason, we have recordings going on, but also we are live streaming this entire conference on the Makerere University YouTube channel. So we would let us ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Then also, knowing that we are live streaming, please give us the best faces, the best smiles, the very way that you would like to be captured live on the Makerere University official YouTube channel. And just to request you in a minute, it is very important for you to know the person seated next to you. In a minute, you could turn to the person seated next to you and get to know his or her name and the organization. Only that. Name, position, and the organization. Yes. That is being African and a true Makerelian. I love that, Dr. Matovu. Thank you very much. Yes, it's called networking, but it is also very important to know the person seated next to you as we officially start. So we welcome you to the Clean Energy for Development, a Call for Action National Policy Conference. I wish you great proceedings. Over to you, Dr. Peter Babienda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my senior Rita, for the housekeeping rules that you have given us. So now I want to introduce the guests that we have before us, and I want to be forgiven. I may not follow the protocol, but we welcome you all. We welcome you all In this conference, we are blessed to have the research assistants of this project. So if you're a research assistant, please stand up and wave. If you were a research assistant on this great project, thank you so much. Without you, wouldn't be here today. We also have the students from the College of Business and Management Sciences and the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Can you also stand up and wave? Led by the guild representative for the School of Economics. Thank you for coming. We also have farmers. You know, as we are talking, this project is particular to SMEs, but also farmers. Farmers, our farmers, please, wherever you are, wave. You are most welcome. You know, we do a lot of part-timing in this country and multitasking. You find someone is a farmer, industrialist, a lecturer, a teacher, which makes it sometimes. We also have our other colleagues that have come from Mosabode. Mosabode, anyone from Mosabode? Oh, you are welcome. Sani Culture, you are welcome. And thank you for always coming wherever we invite you. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is our key partners, UECCC, or they are still on the way coming. So also I want to welcome Miss Jennifer Oyuru from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. You're most welcome. Mr. Kenneth Omuding, Maif, you're welcome. Mr. Mugume Stephen Maif, you're most welcome. Mr. Isaac Rubagumia, Ministry of Gender, you're welcome. Labor and Social Development. My friend and the younger sister, Nsava, Sincere, Climate Finance Unit, MOFPED, Ministry of Finance, Money. Mr. Wabulembo, Robin, Action for Climate Change. Action for Climate Change. Maybe has moved out. We are also blessed to have our deputy principal, Professor James Wakadala. Yeah, most welcome, Prof. Our principal, Professor Edward Bale. Our keynote, Professor Fred Matovu. All my colleagues, the faculty members, I saw Dr. Asete, Paul Waviga, John Seruyanga and others. Also please wave Dr. Louisa, Aisha, all of you are faculty members. Wave. Yeah, you're welcome. Mr. Kanare Bagere Sola, Tulima Sola, Tulima. You're welcome. So Tulima is we dig. So I think if we can translate, this is we dig solar. So you're welcome. I think you'll tell us how we use this. This function, of course, as you know from our program, will be graced by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, but she has just informed us will be represented. Her representative is on the way coming in. I will represent her. I also want to welcome again our EFD, Environment for Development Board member, Ms. Sabaganzi. You are welcome. You can also wave to the people. So having introduced and following from what Rita told us, that let's interact, let's get to know one another, but we shall be doing more of that during the breaks. For now, let us first see some of the experts that we got from the field using a video documentary. So I will ask the media team to play the documentary, and let's pay attention. And media team.
Farmers, agriculture is more than a source of food. It is a livelihood, a source of income, and the foundation of communities. But producing more from the land often comes with a difficult reality. Much of the work remains manual. Processing can be slow. Machinery can be expensive. And where machines are available, many still depend on diesel or petrol. So, what if the energy powering agricultural transformation could come from the sun?
Promoting the transition to clean energy requires increasing the adoption of low-carbon agriculture technologies. Let's have the sought to examine the barriers and opportunities for an inclusive low-carbon transition in Uganda. We tested interventions designed to raise farmers' knowledge of low-carbon ag tech and government financing programs.
We evaluated the impact of community-based information dissemination on awareness and adoption by smallholder farmers.
Farmers face significant challenges in accessing improved technologies to be able to improve their productivity, and not because they do not want them, but they don't have the financing, but even also the knowledge about these technologies.
Understanding the challenge was only the beginning. The next step was to understand how farmers could move from simply hearing about clean agricultural technologies to actually adopting them. That meant bringing together researchers, policymakers, technology companies, and farming communities to find practical solutions. The project also created a meeting point between technology developers and farming communities.
So we designed a customized machine for maize shearing that uses renewable energy that is clean. And in this case, we designed a solar-powered maize shearer, but also with an option of manual. So this is kind of a hybrid machine that uses both solar and manual hand operated. It had the manual kind of hand operated also system.
The technology left the workshop and entered the field. Farmers were introduced to the machines, shown how they worked, and given an opportunity to examine them for themselves. The demonstrations became an opportunity to observe not only how the machines performed, but how farmers responded to them.
So we designed and tested that prototype, and interestingly we took it to the field.
Tuzze kwogerako nammwe oba kubasomesaako ku byuma ebikozesebwa mu byobulimi n'ebituyambako okwongera omutindo mu birime byaffe. Ebyuma bino tulinawo ebyuma bijja mu bika bingi oba bikola emirimu mingi ku nnimiro zaffe. Tulinayo ebikongola kasooli, ebifukirira amazzi, ebikuba emmwanyi n'ebirala bingi.
The researchers knew that a demonstration is only the beginning of an adoption journey. Months later, we returned to some of the same farmers. Their experiences revealed something the demonstrations alone could not. Some had invested in agricultural machinery, but not necessarily the machines they had seen during the project.
Kitegeeza gwali badde waabwe okusookera ddala zebaleeta akakongola kasooli ng'oteekamu munwe naye ne price ekizibu ekiri ku byuma ebyo batule twakizuula waliwo munnange yabigulako naye nga batule kisomoozo ky'amaanyi.
Smallholder farmers have positive reasons to pay for agricultural technology. However, that's my barriers slow adoption. Initial site inspection is costly due to weak connection of farmers to agri-tech farms and implementing service companies. We found in-person dissemination to increase awareness of government financing programs by smallholder farmers. Therefore, having wider impacts of government financing programs implies having in-person dissemination as part of the policy toolkit. We thank IDRC and PEP for funding this study. Special thanks go to our field team and to the farmers for participating in the study and to the community leaders for supporting the implementation of the study.
I think another hand clap for the field team for putting together the documentary. I think now we have a picture. Although we shall be having more from the team telling us more, and later on we shall have a discussion on what to do. So later on we shall be joined by a high-level panel where we shall have a number of senior experts giving their highlights, and then we shall engage. And that will come after the keynote address on the productive use of energy. At this juncture, allow me invite the principal investigator and also who is also the principal of the College of Business and Management Sciences to give us remarks. The official remarks will be given by the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Peter. My colleague, the Deputy Principal, Professor James Wakadala, our keynote speaker, Professor Fred Matovu, colleagues from government ministries, departments, and agencies are present, our faculty members, the research team, colleagues from private sector and the civil society organizations, and all our distinguished guests. Good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Uganda National Policy Conference. And on behalf of the Uganda research team, to thank you most sincerely for joining us today. As the Ugandan principal investigator of the Clean Energy for Development, a Call for Action project, I would like to begin by acknowledging the many people and institutions whose contributions have made this work possible. First, to be a little bit selfish, I wish to express my profound appreciation to my research team, Dr. Aisha Nanyiti, Dr. Florence Luiza, Mr. Javira Sewankambo, as well as our dedicated team of research assistants. The work that we are going to share today is a product of your commitment, intellectual contribution, long hours of field work, engagement with the communities and stakeholders, data collection and analysis. I thank you very sincerely for your dedication to this project. I would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our funders, International Development Research Center, IDRC, whose financial support has enabled us to undertake this important work. We are equally grateful to our international partners, the Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP, the Environment for Development Initiative, and the University of Cape Town. Your technical intellectual partnership has greatly enriched this research and connected our work in Uganda to the wider conversation about clean energy, agricultural transformation, and sustainable development. At national level, this project has benefited enormously from partnerships beyond Makerere University. I therefore wish to acknowledge Musa Bode Machinery Uganda Limited and Sun Culture Uganda Limited, who have been important private sector partners in our engagement with low carbon agricultural technologies. I equally appreciate the collaboration of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, and others. These partnerships have been particularly important because the challenges we are addressing cannot be resolved by researchers alone. It requires government, academia, private sector, development partners, and communities working together. I am delighted to see among us today colleagues from ministries, departments, and agencies, the private sector, the civil society organizations, academia, and other institutions. Your presence is extremely important. This is a national policy conference, and therefore our objective is not merely to present research findings. We want the evidence generated through this project to stimulate conversations about what Uganda can practically do to accelerate access to and adoption of clean energy technologies, particularly among the smallholder farmers. I also wish to express our sincere appreciation to Makerere University Management, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs who will be joining us soon. But we appreciate the conducive environment within which research of this nature can thrive. The university's continued support for research, innovation, partnerships, and policy engagement enables us not only to generate knowledge, but also to take that knowledge beyond the university and contribute to addressing Uganda's development challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of the subject before us today cannot be overstated. Our agricultural sector is increasingly operating in an environment characterized by erratic rainfall and rising temperatures. Yesterday, I drove about 15 kilometers away from campus to where I stay, and I found there was a very heavy shower, but there was no drop of the same at Makerere University that evening. And that place of ours was very cold, and this place was rather a little hot. And so the erratic nature of rainfall and the rising temperatures cannot really be overemphasized now. And so it means that we need to do something about it. And yet, access to modern agricultural technologies among our smallholder farmers remains limited. Our research, therefore, asks a practical question. How can we support smallholder farmers to transition towards modern, productive, and low-carbon agricultural technologies? Our work has particularly examined the role of information, access to financing, private sector participation, and technologies such as solar irrigation, low-carbon agro-processing equipment. Importantly, our findings remind us that having technologies and financing programs available is not enough. Farmers must know about them and be able to access suppliers and overcome affordability and other barriers that stand between awareness and actual adoption. It is therefore my hope that today's conference will go beyond discussing what the research has found. Let us use the evidence as a basis for action. Let us ask what government needs to do differently, what the private sector can do differently, what we, the researchers, need to do differently, and how development partners and other stakeholders can work to ensure that clean energy technologies become accessible and affordable to farmers who need them most. That ultimately is the spirit behind Clean Energy for Development, a call for action. Once again, I warmly welcome you all, thank our funders, partners, researchers, and stakeholders, and wish us a very productive national conference. Thank you very much for God and my country as we build it for the future.
Thank you so much, Professor, the principal, but also the principal investigator. I think we add him another hand clap. You know, writing and winning a grant is not easy. So, Professor, we congratulate you together with your team. And also, winning a grant is another thing, but completing the work and then disseminate. So we really congratulate you and thank you for officially welcoming us here. Also, the Vice Chancellor will be officially opening this conference. And now we want to move a bit and go virtual. You know, nowadays we talk of blended. So this workshop is blended. We have our partners who are joining us online. And among them is our key funder, Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP, Nairobi. And I am happy to announce that we are joined by the Executive Director of Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP, Nairobi, Professor Jenny Mariara, who is a professor of economics, but also my PhD supervisor. I think let's first clap for her even before. So Professor Jane, thank you so much for supervising me and completing in time. The media team, is Professor Mariara online? Yes, Professor, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Can you hear me? Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you very much. You are the one who completed on time, not me. Thank you for those very kind words. It's a joy to be here. I'm going to share some quick, very few slides just to make my remarks. Let me see. Okay, you can see my slides, yeah?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can see them.
I will go first just to say that I want to congratulate you on organizing this National Policy Conference, and my apologies that I couldn't be there with you in person. I think the invitation came a bit late when there were too many things which were lined up, but I'm with you in spirit. I'll be there for the opening. I'll not sit in for the rest of the day, but I'm already excited to see what is happening in the room. I've got a glimpse of the room, and I can see you are out for a very exciting day. So all protocols observed. I know we have high dignitaries in the room, government officers, important stakeholders, farmers, researchers, our principal, and everyone. All protocols observed. As been said, Jane Mariara is my name. I'm the Executive Director of the Partnership for Economic Policy. We are PEP is a Southern-led organization, global organization, which is built on the belief that in-country development challenges require locally devised solutions. And our vision is for a world in which every country, including Uganda, has the local evidence and expertise to help make decisions about its own future. PEP is primarily an enabler of locally led evidence ecosystems. We work to strengthen the connections, capabilities, and trust that allow the evidence ecosystems to thrive. We are established in 2002, so just about 24 years old. We have supported over 1,500 researchers, including Peter and others in this room, across 70 countries to generate locally led evidence for policy making. I would say that we are a community of researchers or a network of researchers, mentors, policymakers, practitioners around the global south, because we don't just work in Africa, and we ensure that we keep our researchers, all these stakeholders connected in one way or another. And this particular workshop today is one such effort to connect our stakeholders together. Then the next thing that I want to mention very quickly is how we do what we do, because I've already mentioned whom we are. So to materialize our vision, to connect everyone, to create this or to strengthen this deep capacity to engage with policy, to promote the evidence ecosystem, we have developed for more than the 2 decades that we are in operation, a unique approach to supporting locally led research initiatives. Through ongoing mentorship and peer review, we ensure findings meet the highest international standards of scientific rigor. We are developing the capacity of local researchers, policymakers, and implementers to design, commission, communicate, educe research independently. And what you see today will attest to this. Meanwhile, through our co-production model, and with the support of PEP policy engagement experts and mentors, researchers learn how to collaborate with policy stakeholders from the onset of research, defining objectives together, and translating evidence to actionable knowledge for policy use. This approach works. We can attest, we have proven that it works. Just to give an example, 55% of all the projects that PEP has supported since 2016 not since 2002, but since 2016, that is the last 10 years, have contributed to inform or influence relevant policy processes. And in many cases, the projects lead to improved practices for evidence-informed policy making amongst participating institutions, including through adoption of the co-production approach to generating evidence for policy. I can imagine that the research team here can attest or could tell us more about how they engaged with the stakeholders who are involved in this project, and this is part of the 55% that we are talking about. Actually, our 55%, we are not including this cohort at ongoing research, because this is as of 2016 to our latest annual report, which is for 2025. To conclude, let me say a few words on the research program that is gathering in this room today. What we call the Cedca initiative, or Clean Energy for Development, a call for action, is funded by the International Development Research Center, Canada. Is the Peter and the principal have already talked about, and IDLC is actually a very long partner and supporter of PEP. Almost actually, we say it's our mother, it's our father, it's our parent, and this project has been led by PEP in collaboration with the Environment for Development. The overall objective of this initiative is to advance the use of renewable energy technologies to modernize agriculture in the target countries through the empowerment of small and medium-sized enterprises operating in the agricultural sector in each target country. Teams of local researchers were selected to implement the initiative in 4 countries. We have Burkina Faso, we have Kenya, we have Uganda, we have Vietnam. I would say that here, Kenya and Uganda were the core EFD countries, though we work with all of them, and Burkina Faso and Vietnam were the core PEP countries. To generate the most robust type of evidence base, the research used randomized control trials. We know it's not easy to do RCTs. The researchers in the room can attest to that. So congratulations to this team that you're able to do that. You used RCTs to test various interventions designed to promote or accelerate the adoption of low carb agricultural technologies. Low carbon agricultural technologies. And in line with PEP's co-production approach, the objective of this research and the interventions to be tested were co-designed with the relevant stakeholders, especially, and I know they are in the room, agricultural, tech, small and medium enterprises, and the target ministries and government agencies who could be first-hand users of the evidence generated, both of which are, I believe, in attendance in this conference, and I know you'll be interacting with them later in the day. So I want to congratulate the team on successfully achieving all the very important project milestones with a clear focus on producing useful and actionable evidence. It's also important to note that today's event, which are a fixed component of all PEP-supported projects, we normally require that this must be done, represents a critical opportunity to support the evidence to policy action process. Indeed, our evidence has shown that the interactions generated through these events often lead to follow-up exchanges and subsequent actions with and by stakeholders. In any case, knowing the quality and relevance of this particular research team, the Ugandan research team, I am sure that all attending participants will find great value in the knowledge shared and the discussions that will ensue. So I am proud the continuing collaboration between the Partnership for Economic Policy and Makerere University, this particular college, we've come a long way. We continue with the collaboration, and now we've added the collaboration with the EFD centers. And I wish you all a very fruitful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And those were the appreciation. I think we can do it better. Thank you so much, Professor Jane. And thank you for always thinking of us, Makerere, wherever there is any project, wherever you want a partner to collaborate with. And the good thing is that we have never let you down. And we continue to ask for more collaborations. So I will request that you stay online for some time. Now, it is my pleasure to invite the Principal, College of Business and Management Sciences, to invite for us the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much. Mine is a singular honor and privilege to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, representing the VC, to come and address us. You're most welcome, Professor Sir.
The Honorable Minister, members of Makerere University Council present, commissioners of government, our development partners, notably IDRC, PEP, and Cedca, among others, members of Makerere University Management, the Principal College of Business and Management Sciences, who is also the principal investigator, researchers and lecturers, members of staff, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great honor that I welcome you all to the Clean Energy for Development Uganda National Policy Dialogue here at Makerere University. This gathering is not only a testament of our collective commitment to advancing Uganda's energy transition and agricultural transformation, but also a reflection of the collaborative spirit that binds academia, government, private sector, development partner, and communities together in pursuit of sustainable development. Uganda, like much of sub-Saharan Africa, is experiencing profound climate challenges. Erratic rainfall, prolonged droughts, and heat waves have become increasingly common. Since 2015, mean annual temperatures have steadily risen, while precipitation has declined since 2019. These shifts threaten our agro-based economy, where most livelihoods depend on farming and natural resources. In this context, irrigation and value addition are no longer optional but essential. Farmers need reliable access to water to cope with mini droughts, and they need simple but effective processing equipment, such as threshers and millers, to reduce post-harvest losses, improve productivity, and secure better prices. Yet, despite the urgency, smallholder farmers are the backbone of our economy, and they remain constrained. Smallholder farmers are key growth stakeholders, given that agriculture is the backbone of our country. They produce the bulk of Uganda's food, sustain rural livelihoods, and contribute significantly to the national GDP. However, they hardly use modern agricultural technologies due to affordability and information constraints. Existing evidence shows that only 2% of farmers apply supplementary irrigation, and very few use modern agriculture technology. This is not because they lack interest, but because they face barriers, high upfront costs, limited access to financing, and inadequate information about available technologies and government support programs. Government initiatives such as the Energy Access Scale-Up project, implemented by the ministry, I think it's MEMD, I don't know whether that is in full, and the UECC, provide subsidies and financing schemes to make low carbon technologies more affordable. Yet, smallholder farmers are largely unaware of these programs. This disconnect between policy design and farmer awareness is a critical challenge we need to address. Yes. At Makerere University, we believe that solutions to these challenges lie in partnerships. We are proud to have worked closely with Musa Bode Machinery Uganda Limited, a native Uganda engineering company with a long history of innovation, and the Sun Culture Uganda Limited, who are all pioneers in solar irrigation technologies. Together, these firms have collaborated with us to co-create interventions that connect farmers to low-carbon agricultural technologies. Musa Bode has provided irrigation, milling, harvesting, and food processing machines, while Sun Culture has introduced solar-powered irrigation systems. Their contributions demonstrate the power of private sector engagement in driving inclusive agricultural transformation. We also acknowledge the invaluable support of our government partners, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. Now we have it in full. Their financing schemes, subsidies, and outreach programs are essential in bridging the affordability gap for farmers. This conference is grounded in rigorous research. Our diagnostic phase revealed that most agricultural technology MSMEs are based in Kampala, serving rural clients, but with limited outreach. Many farmers desire irrigation equipment, yet very few own it. And even when the limited one gets there, we also have been told that there is limited understanding of how to deal with the challenges that arise when they get it. So affordability and information remain the primary barriers. As I conclude, we extend our deepest gratitude to the International Development Research Center and the Partnership for Economic Policy for funding this study. Their commitment to evidence-based policy has enabled us to generate insights that are both rigorous and practical. We thank the advisors from IDRC, EFD, and PEP for their guidance and support throughout this journey. We also appreciate the contributions of our partners, such as the Ministry of Energy, the UECC, the IDRC, Musa Bode Machinery Uganda Limited, and Sun Culture Uganda for their collaboration and dedication. Most importantly, we thank the farmers who participated in the study, the community leaders who supported its implementation, and the stakeholders who engaged in co-creation workshops. Your involvement has ensured that this research is not only academically sound, but deeply rooted in the realities of our communities. As we deliberate today, let us remember that the transition to low-carbon agricultural technologies are not just about machines, it's about people. And I hope this room is multidisciplinary in nature. The audience, I mean. It's about empowering farmers, it's about strengthening livelihoods and securing Uganda's food sovereignty and climate resilience. We must work together to, among others, scale up awareness campaigns to ensure farmers know about government programs, reduce inspection and transaction costs through community-based solutions, develop innovative financing models that make technologies affordable, ensure inclusion of women and youth in agricultural technical value chains, strengthen partnerships between academia, government, private sector, and communities. And as a people, we're also working hard as a university to ensure there's a knowledge ecosystem that connects farmers, non-academic partners, the academia, and our researchers. This conference is a milestone in our journey towards a sustainable energy transition and agricultural transformation. It reflects our collective commitment to building an economy that's resilient, inclusive, and climate sensitive. On behalf of Makerere University, I reaffirm Makerere University's dedication to advancing research, training, and policy engagement in support of Uganda's development goals. Together with our partners and stakeholders, we can ensure that smallholder farmers, our key growth stakeholders, are empowered with the tools, knowledge, and support they need to thrive in a changing environment. And here I must emphasize that we are not just looking at smallholder farmers as beneficiaries of what we do. Instead, we are dealing with them as a knowledge resource base, as key partners in this struggle. And as Makerere University that is repositioning itself to be a thought leader, we acknowledge that's important to move with each and every one of you, whether you are in industry, whether you're an SME, or whether you're a rural farmer, because we appreciate that everyone matters, and you're going to be our key resource as we transition into a competence-based education system. So we thank you all for coming on board to partner with us on this journey. I wish you all fruitful deliberations as we build for the future for God and my country. Thank you. Okay, it's now my singular honor, still representing the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, to kindly invite the representative of the Minister from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to address us. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Sati Muyanja. I work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and I'm going to be delivering some remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. First of all, allow me to deliver some apologies from our Honorable Minister. She would have been here today in this important national conference, but she was unable to make it. She had delegated our Commissioner, Dr. Brian Isabili, who equally got some last time engagement and was also unable to be with us. First of all, allow me to make some protocol. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, representing the Vice Chancellor, the Director, Environment for Development, EFD, Uganda Center, Professor Edward Bale, who is also equally the Principal Investigator, the representative from Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP, Dr. Professor Jane, and IDRC Canada, distinguished researchers, policymakers, our development partners, private sector leaders, our farmers who have traveled all the way from some of the areas we went to when the team was doing this research. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning. It's my honor to deliver some remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. That's the MEMD. I know Professor was asking about that acronym at this national conference. First of all, allow me to extend a warm congratulations to Environment for Development Uganda Center at Makerere, alongside with its international partners, PEP and IDRC, for the successful execution of the Climate Energy for Development CEDCA initiative project. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development was pleased to formally collaborate on this research project from the inception. I must state that when this very project was making, the team made a courtesy call to the ministry. We had a detailed discussion, and as one of the contact person that was assigned for purposes of this research. Recognizing the sustainable energy transition must be grounded on empirical evidence and inclusive policy dialogue, which I think we are also doing now. On empowering the engine for Uganda's economy, as the principal investigator noted, Uganda remains an agricultural country, employing over 70% of the population. We are currently about 50 million, but you can imagine over almost like 70% of our people are depending on to agriculture. The vast majority of whom are women and the youth, contributing significantly to our national GDP. Concurrently, when you look at the macro, small, and medium enterprises, they drive over 80% of the total national production. However, as also noted by the principal investigator and the deputy vice chancellor, and also as highlighted in the finding, when you look at our rural, macro, small, and medium enterprises, and also the agricultural value chain, they continue to face severe energy bottlenecks, reliance on high-cost energy, and also in some areas, issues to do with the grid intermittency. And you find with the grid, we have issues in low production and so on. And also just to note, the fossil fuels limit productive use and also the local value addition. When our rural farmers lack access to the modern energy technologies such as the solar water pumps, you find that someone has a source of water which is about saving like about 100 meters, but just across the crops are drying. Issues like the solar water pumps, issues like the solar dryers, and also some tillers, we lose a lot of critical opportunities to boost our agricultural yield and also reduce the post-harvest losses and also building the resilience against climate change. When you look at this research as also part of aligning on our policy with evidence, you will note that the ministry's mandate is very clear, and our mandate is to ensure rational, sustainable, and inclusive exploitation of Uganda's energy resources to fuel the social and economic transformation. The research insights generated by the project directly align with our core strategic priorities. And allow me just highlight some of them. One is expanding of the productive use of energy, the PUE. We are moving beyond, as the ministry, providing the basic household electrification, looking towards developing the clean energy for productive agriculture processing and also value addition in the rural areas. You note that most of the projects that we are doing, we are looking at connecting the sub-counties, connecting those value agriculture addition centers to ensure that we increase on our productivity. And also as highlighted by the Deputy VC, currently we have a very big project that we are implementing as a Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development with also our Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. It's a project which is financed by the World Bank called the Electricity Access Scale-Up Project. It's a project of close to 638 million, and we are building on how can we extend the grid and also increase the access to our people. Two, in line with the policy, this research is promoting the inclusive transition. We are aware that women and youth face unique socio-economic barriers in accessing agriculture tech solution and also enterprise opportunities. And you'll note that when you look at this, we are trying to unlock issues of financing, issues of capacity building, and also the market linkages. You'll note that as we're doing some of these projects, we're extending the service to our people. And I'm glad that one of the things that has clearly come out of this research is that we should look at how should we extend the community service centers. With the community service centers, we're extending issues to do with the capacity. People who can be able to assess the technology requirements, people who can be able to look at all the interventions with our farmers. Point number 3, in line with our policy alignment, which has also come out in this research, is the fostering of the macro, small, and medium enterprise-led innovation. You will note that local SMEs are essential in building the barrier. You will note that as government creates an enabling policy, we are working a lot through the private sector and also includes these macro, small, and medium enterprises. By opening up and servicing and also scaling clean energy equipment locally, we can be able to create sustainable green jobs which will drive the rural decarbonization. As I conclude, allow me just make a call for action and some key partnership. I know so the Deputy Vice Chancellor really highlighted the issue of partnership is very, very critical. Bridging the gap between the academic research and actionable policy requires continuous collaboration. And we are happy that as we've been doing this research, we have ably collaborated when we are doing the same. The ministry remains fully committed to adopt evidence-based recommendation emerging from this conference to refine our regulatory framework and also support the off-grid renewable energy integration and create an enabling environment for the private sector investment in the agriculture clean technology. We are glad that one of the things that is coming out of this research is a policy brief, and want to give you assurance that we shall push this up to our management, and it will also inform some of our action that we are doing. As I conclude, allow me to appreciate and thank Makerere University and CEDA research team led by the principal investigator, Dr. Aisha, and all those that have participated in the research. Our Sun Culture, I know Sun Culture is one of our beneficiaries on the electricity access scale-up project. Musa Bode, I think these are our local fabricators who are doing our work in Katwe. And I'm glad that I interacted with them when we were at the center, and also when we moved in the field, I interacted with them and I saw really the work that they are doing. I wish to thank you for providing a clear baseline and actionable policy lever, which we are doing today. Let us use, I know we are going to have some further preliminary to discuss some of the practical pathways that modernize our agricultural sector and empower our rural enterprises, and also ensure that Uganda is not left behind in terms of moving to the low carbon transition. With those few remarks, allow me to thank you for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the remarks. I think we add him another hand clap. And also another big hand clap for our Vice Chancellor, represented by Professor Sali, for the remarks. Thank you so much. In all, I like what you ended with, call for action, bridging research and policy. And for us at the College of Business and Management Sciences and our principal, Professor Edward Bale, that is very key to ensure that whatever we do directly links up with the policymakers. We have a number of collaborations, a number of them with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, a number of them with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, NPA. And I also want to thank the principal for having appointed me to bridge. So, and I think the principal, I'm doing the work very well. So, he should add me another term. I want to welcome my chair, Professor Susan Kavuma. You can wave. You know we have a female professor at the School of Economics. Thank you for coming. Now we are going to manage a few photos, as the Vice Chancellor will be leaving for another meeting. I will ask the media team to bring on the camera, whether you are able to bring back Professor Jane Mariara and Mr. Okwi to be part of Okwi Paul. Dr. Okwi Paul is representing IDRC. to be part of the photo. Allow me invite back our guests, the Minister, the Vice Chancellor, to take the seats. Rita, would you want to help in guiding these photos?
Thank you very much, Dr. Babienda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are documenting, so it is very important that we have the photos and visuals. I humbly invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, the representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to take up these seats. The principal investigator, we have seats in front here. The principal investigator, the deputy principal Cobams. Let's first manage that photo, then I'll call the other participants. So principal investigator, that is Professor Edward Bale, the deputy principal Cobams, the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, the representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the representative from PEP. Oh, okay. PEP is already online. And the representative from IDRC, kindly take the seats.
And Dr. Aisa, please.
Members, we are live streaming on the Makerere University YouTube channel. What is happening is the documentation in terms of photos, and those wonderful smiles are from the participants, the key participants under the Clean Energy for Development Uganda Policy Conference. This is the opening ceremony. Now they are going to be joined. Okay, there is a special request from Vision Group. They also request you to rise. And then it's called close up. Please close, stand in the, yes. Okay, kindly take your seats, remain where you are. Those seats are appropriate for you. May we request the other members of the research team to join and stand behind the team. The research team.
Dr. Louisa Florence, Engineer Javira, Dr. Nick Chirimani, and our EFD board member, Ms. Savaganzi. Let's join.
So this second photo involves the members of the research team. And just after the research team, we will request also the research assistants to join. But let's have the research team first.
And my IF representative, Mr. Alfred, please join the Professor Fred Matovu. Thank you. We can go back. Now the research assistants, for you remain seated. The research assistants, those in uniform, and please join for a photo. So as we do this, Dr. Paul Oku, you can be preparing for your speech, but let's now have the last photo with the faculty members present. My chair, Professor Susan, Dr. Wabiga, all the staff who are here. Jude, Dr. John Seruyange, and this is going to be special. It's going to be joined by Mosa Bode, Sani Culture. Please join us for this last photo. Mosa Bode, Sani Culture. Dr. Paul, please. And also let me invite the president of Makerere University Economic Student Society. Please join also.
Just hold it. We have members from the districts and also farmers. In the introduction, I had district representatives and farmers. Kindly join us for the photo. Could we give them a befitting hand clap? As they come, bannaffe abavudde mu district n'abalimi ababadde mu kunoonyereza kuno kwe bayita Clean Energy for Development, a call for action. Nsaba nammwe mujje mubeere mu kifaananyi kino. Mwebale nnyo okubeera nti mukolaganye ne Makerere University mu kunoonyereza kuno. Ate okubasembyayo kabadde kakodyo. Mwebale nnyo, mwewalire ddala. Kati kansabe tuddeyo. Let me ask our dear guests to... Yes, kindly take your seats. The program continues. But I have a very lovely presence of all media houses from Uganda. They are present in the room. And there is a special request that as the Deputy Vice Chancellor joins another event, the media team, especially Bukedde TV and Bukedde, please follow so that she accords you the interview outside. Thank you. The rest of us, let us remain in the room as Dr. Babienda will continue to guide us.
Thank you so much, my senior Rita. And thank you for being very good audience. Now we are going to listen to our founder, the IDRC, Dr. Paul Okwi, who is joining us via Zoom. Our media team, Dr. Paul Okwi.
Yes. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
All right. Thank you so much for the invitation. Recognizing the presence of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Sally, Professor Mariara, ED of PEP, Professor Edward Bali, the Principal of COBAMS, and of course, special recognition to the representative of the Minister coming from the government of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent the International Development Research Center of Canada at this engagement. And it is an honor for me to be here as a founder of this research activity that has led to what we are engaging and disseminating today. First and foremost, I would like to express our appreciation to PEP and Makerere University that are leading this project as part of a larger cohort of projects that IDRC has funded under the Cedca initiative. I'm also quite impressed to see the diversity in representation, especially the private sector and also representatives from the agricultural community and the districts. This attests to what the project actually initially aimed to generate was information for a clean energy transition without emphasizing basically the theoretical aspects, but more of the practical aspects. So as IDRC, our aim was to inform and scale clean energy best practices, looking at enterprises and business models that have empowerment and transformational potential, especially for youth and women. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to clean energy is not just an environmental imperative. It comes as an economic opportunity for us. And in Uganda and the broader East Africa, we observe that energy access has remained largely uneven, and yet we have a vast renewable potential. Just living in Uganda, you can see that solar is something that is being taken up and with one of the largest potentials. Wind energy, geothermal, biomass, mention it. However, we are constrained. And yet also we know that East Africa and Uganda especially, agriculture stands out as contributing to the largest proportion of employment and also to our economies. But all these face high costs in terms of energy, in terms of unreliable power, and of course limiting financial energy adoption. It's time for us, as we set up the call to action, to begin the transition to reliable, affordable, clean power. This can have huge impacts in terms of reducing costs, in terms of increasing productivity, in terms of unblocking new business models, and especially, as the representative of minister said, in agro-processing and manufacturing, but also in terms of digital services, which are now driving almost all sectors in the diverse economies. We also realize that agriculture, and especially the MSMEs in agriculture, form part of the biggest localized green value chains. If you look at it from solar installation, irrigation systems, we also look at the maintenance, production of efficient energy systems, and waste-to-energy enterprises. But again, we are struggling in some of these areas, and we need to ask ourselves why. Some of the findings from other Cedca projects point to issues such as access to finance, technology gaps, we are borrowing, we are not adopting, lack of technical standards, lack of local research and development opportunities. Of course, we also see regulatory hurdles in terms of licensing, incentives. We see integration of MSMEs into energy strategies as very slow. And to a bigger part, there's a skills deficit. there's a large shortage of technical and managerial skills, especially in green enterprise development. These are some of the issues we are trying to address at IDRC through funding of projects like this. We also observe that we still have lots of opportunities. There are lots of green finance innovations. If you go through many of the financial institutions, today you talk about a lot of blended finance, credit guarantees, the pay-as-you-go models. We have financing for solar. I think currently the government of Uganda is giving some subsidy on this. But also, we are also looking at digitization as something that is really helping us in terms of the uptake. So, ladies and gentlemen, from our side, we are working with with Cedca to pull together the knowledge products that have come up. Eventually, we need to support policy priorities across the countries we work with, and we hope that some of these findings will be very instrumental in driving change and the transformation to clean energy. Let me just close by saying that we as IDRC, we are a Crown corporation. We fund research in the Global South, and we mainly fund and support local researchers to generate evidence that is relevant in the context in which the researchers live. And that's why you'll actually see that this project was led or is led by PEP and by Makerere University scholars. Our priorities remain, but with some gradual shift. We still maintain financing, climate financing as one of our priorities, care work, climate change financing. Like I said, skills development is one of our priorities today. We need to develop the skills to support the transformation. But now we are also moving significantly into work on trade for development. Finally, I just would like to say that I hope the evidence that has been generated from this project will be useful to the people from the ministry, to the scholars, and the people in the private sector, and also our representatives from the MSMEs and agricultural sector. We hope to see a gender transformative and sustainable energy transition, of course, cutting across different contexts, different sectors, and we are looking at lasting solutions. The times are changing, and Africa needs to be on the driving seat in terms of leading what we want and the change that we need. So we will continue to support the development of local solutions as long as we correctly identify the local problems. And having heard from the previous speakers, I know that the expertise that is in this room will help in terms of generating very innovative approaches to a just transition to clean energy. So may I take this opportunity to thank the research team, Professor Bale and Aisha, PEP, the various partners, the representatives of government, and the experts who have come from the different sectors, the private sector, the agricultural sector. And I wish you very, very fruitful deliberations, and looking forward to the uptake of the findings from this workshop into policy processes. Thank you very much, and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, our dear funder, Dr. Paul Okwi. The clap you have heard, we are appreciating. Thank you for the kind words. And on the last point you have made, there is no doubt, because the major players are here, Minister of Energy, Minister of Agriculture, and the policy brief products are already, and we have been working, the research team has been working with the policymakers right from the inception. So we really thank you. We can only ask for more funds so that we can continue with more engagements of this nature. Thank you all for coming. Now it is time for our group photo and to stretch a bit. So we are going to move from here, go to our steps, so that we can have a clear photo of the Ionic ivory tower. And as we are coming back, you will be passing through this room to pick a cup of tea, and you come back to your seat. So let me ask Dr. Aisha to lead our participants for a group photo. The room is safe, but go with your phone. But other things you can leave. My younger people, the research assistants are going to, one of them is going to remain here to ensure everything is fine. So let's try to manage time so that we can maximize our deliberations. And when we come back, we are going to listen now to the research team. What was found in the field? So, yeah, let's walk. It is a hellish walk. So, because of time, we shall have working tea. So, in the next 2 minutes, we should be starting. Those of us who are serving, let's try to. We shall have people who will come and pick our cup of tea. So you don't need to carry it. People will come and pick it. So I want to welcome you back from the breakfast and the group photo. Thank you so much, but we continue to thank you for having attended this national policy conference in large numbers. I want to welcome some of our guests that joined us, our partners from Water Kuku, Water and Solar Energy Development. Welcome you, and this will be giving us those who could be interested so that we can see how this works. I want also to welcome Queen Kirabo from the Ministry of Water and Environment. You are welcome. Thank you for representing the ministry and all our partners who have joined us. So now we are going into a session of presenting study findings, and this is going to be done in phases. We shall start with the presentations of the study diagnosis and the design, how the study was designed, and that will be done by Professor Edward Bale, the principal investigator. And then we shall have Dr. Aisha, who will take us through the intervention 1, how it worked and its results, the co-principal investigator, and then we shall be taken through intervention 2, the results and the implications, and that will be done by Dr. Florence Luisa. And then finally, the key project output, and this will be done by Mr. Javira Sewankambo. Thereafter, we shall have a keynote address on the productive use of energy in Uganda, which will be delivered by Professor Fred Matovu, and then we shall have a panel, then remarks, and we hope to be done by 2, and then we go for lunch. So I want to request the media team to project our first presentation on the study diagnosis and design. And allow me to welcome Professor Edward Bale to come and take us through that presentation.
Good morning once again, colleagues. Thank you for really being with us until this time. And basically, we are a research team, and mine is a very, very small component of the entire study that I'm going to present. I don't know whether the media team has succeeded to project, but if yes, is it me to connect or something?
Sorry, colleagues, for that disorganization, but we are on the information dissemination strategies for energy transition. Mine is going to be a very small component of the presentation, and then my colleagues will come in. In terms of the motivation to this study, we see that we are continuously experiencing very, very uncertain rainfall patterns associated with the increasing temperatures. And I shared earlier this morning that whereas the rains can come in one area, in 3 kilometers away it's not there. Which is really a testament to the fact that rainfall is no longer as reliable as it were maybe 30 years ago, when our parents could really project and forecast even the date when rains would come. And then the increasing temperatures, the heat waves that we experience and all that. And so yet, our economy, as you are aware, is agro-based, and one of the key sectors that is identified to drive the 10-fold growth strategy is agro-industrialization, which means that without agriculture, the way we know it, then even the industrialization may not work. But the climate outlook therefore suggests that irrigation and value addition indispensable. We need to make sure that irrigation goes on. But now, just like the debate that we have had since morning, we need the low carbon irrigation solutions. Number one, for sustainability aspects, but also because there is a limited connection to the national electricity grid, which is in rural areas about 8% only. But even if we were connected to that, personally in my small village, I'm connected to the grid, but my small irrigation that I'm trying to undertake, I cannot afford the cost of using hydro electricity for my irrigation purposes. And yet, I earn a salary of a professor at Makerere. So it means that for others, it is a double, hindrance. And at the same time, there are underdeveloped mini-grid systems with less than 1% of the households being connected to the mini grids. And so the standalone solar systems would be a very relevant coping mechanism. And here, the irrigation equipment would help farmers to cope with the mini droughts. Many of you that are farmers like me, July has been really very difficult for us, especially the coffee farmers. It has been like 3 or 4 weeks of very serious sunshine, but it was tough. Irrigation, whereas we try to do that, but it is very expensive to the farmers. But at the same time, the simple value addition equipment like the threshers and the millers would enable farmers to be in a position to ask for higher prices and also to increase the productivity, but also the post-harvest losses would be overcome. And you know, the smallholder farmers have limited access to these ag techs. There's limited access, indeed. And I was talking to somebody who told me that he's having a coffee farm in Masaka, but as of last week, it is only his farm that was green. All the others were completely dried. So what does that mean? It means that there is limited access. It is only a few rich people that can do that. And our data shows that only 2% of the farmers apply the supplementary irrigation. Even when you use the data energy, you will feel the cost of irrigation. Data energy to start with. And so we see that really very few farmers use the ag techs. And so the objectives of this work was to establish the barriers, but also the opportunities for the emergence of farms. As you are aware, this thing is on both the demand side and supply side, and the government needs to do an approach that is well balanced. The Musa Bode and others must benefit from some economic policy instruments that can help them to, you know, multiply what they are doing. But also our farmers on the demand side must, you know, work on the affordability issues. And maybe thanks to the PDM, I don't know, not knowing, but I'm at least sure that this might solve some of the affordability issues. But also we are concerned about the inclusion of women and youth in the ag techs, without really forgetting the demographic dividend that we are seriously looking for as an economy, as a young country. The majority are the youth. And when you even come and screen in this room, you will know why we, when we say inclusion of the youth and all that, it is a serious matter for a country like Uganda. And then the other one is to undertake rigorous tests for the context-relevant models for supporting the transition to the use of low-carbon agricultural technologies. And this rigorous evidence, you know, would be on the adoption and demand for the low-carbon production and value addition technologies. And in terms of the study approach, we had different phases. The first phase is the diagnostic phase, you know, where we intended to understand the state of affairs on the supply side and the demand side. I've already talked about these two sides. There are challenges on either side that we need to tackle as a government. We need to tackle as researchers, provide evidence on the supply side, provide evidence on the demand side, so as to identify a lasting solution. And then the design phase, the co-creation with the partners and stakeholders. Many partners who are in discussions, co-creating interventions and all that. But also, we intended to make sure that whatever interventions that we think about are really applicable and relevant. Then the test phase, undertaking the rigorous impact evaluation of the co-created interventions. And in terms of the diagnostic phase, the key findings here that the AgTech small medium enterprise are private, based in Kampala, and they serve a largely rural-based clientele, classified as an average class. They mostly supply irrigation equipment for low carbon, and here solar is the driver of these technologies. And very few of these farms also engage in agro processing equipment. And most owners of the AgTech farms are male, aged 38 on average. This again emphasizes, a young population. And only half of the AgTech farms reported having payment packages. And this is serious. As you're aware, affordability issues remain biting. Government is trying to uplift the incomes of the poor through PDM and other government programs, but still affordability is an issue. And very few farmers report having farm equipment. As I've already said, that even amongst, some government officials are saying that we, the salary earners, we don't actually profit from our farms. We just take our farms to be a source of recreation. That the day the salary stops coming, even the farm will collapse, because it is not self-sustaining. There is no profit, but rather we inject our meager salaries there, and over the weekend we go there to relieve the pressure and all that, and so we come back happy, but with no profits. Okay. Okay, the question would be, how many of us really have these basic farm equipments working on our farms? The irrigation equipment, the value addition equipment, and all others. And when you think about it, it is really very few, and in some places not existing. But in the selection, we listed 15 AgTech enterprises, and this took desk work, but we engaged 8. The 7 could not work with us, and we engaged on products, business models, and areas of operation via a structured interview guide. 2 enterprises were selected based on ranking of different parameters, whether they are operating in the low carbon technologies, involvement in the agricultural sector, sufficient scale, motivation to collaborate, and others. Sun Culture, Uganda Limited, is one of them that actually deals in solar water pumps and irrigation technologies. I don't know whether we have some members here, especially from the College of Business, that have visited Sun Culture to purchase these things. Okay. And then we also worked with Musa Bode, Native Engineering. My Deputy Vice Chancellor here gave a very good historical background of this. They are focused on innovative engineering, etc. They have a wide range of products, irrigation equipment, value addition equipment, etc. But again, they are involved in low carbon technologies for which this research was really biased to. And in the design phase, as we said, activities included co-creation meetings, stakeholder co-creation workshops, policymakers, MDAs, and we have here introduced the stakeholders that we have worked with for a long period of time over this project, some coming from government ministries, departments and agencies, and others from the private sector. And we undertook discussions on renewable energy projects or products, potential barriers and opportunities, etc. And in terms of the lesson, we find that affordability and information are major constraints, and the ongoing government finance schemes, that are going on. I know that in MAIF, but also Ministry of Energy, government is trying to launch those very, very important solar irrigation schemes and even cost sharing and all of that. But now, information flow, and then also we go back to the aspect of affordability. Okay, you have the information. What is the percentage of the cost that government will meet against the cost of, against the percentage that the smallholder farmer or the farmer must meet? So all of this combines together really to underpin our findings. But now we needed to popularize, thanks to our partners, Ministry of Energy, MAIF and others. I know government really uses available avenues to popularize these technologies, but we need to enhance these efforts. And finally, I think on my part, testing phase, which really follows the specific objectives, is to address or to assess the impact of the community level in-person information dissemination. That is one intervention. How do we, what would be the impact of this to promoting the adoption, the usage, and all that? But again, also the impact of the radio promotions on the adoption of low carbon ag techs. I think my part ended there, and I think Dr. Nanyiti will take us forward. You can use this one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor, for that presentation. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for sparing time, your valuable time, to come and be here and be part of this discussion. We don't take it for granted, and for that we thank you so much for turning up. Continuing with the presentation, I'm going to talk about, we had two interventions, and I'm going to talk about the first intervention, which we call community level in-person information dissemination. And the objectives for this evaluation was to assess the impact of community in-person information dissemination meetings on awareness, adoption, and demand for irrigation and agro-processing equipment. We did this using an RCT design, and we implemented the RCT in central Uganda, and central Uganda being a good place for this because of the prevalence of grain cultivation by smallholder farmers. And we thought the grain cultivation, particularly maize, would be appropriate to test the adoption of a maize shearer.
But before we go any further, I want to talk about maize. Why maize is important for this kind of study. And so the information is in this slide, and the slide first talks about rice, first of all, before we even think about maize. And here I give you information on the imports of rice in Uganda. And we see that we have information for 2023 and 2024. And in 2023, the imports were 233 million kilograms, which increased to 870 billion kilograms of rice. So the imports are increasing. But when you look at the source of the rice, the countries where we get the rice, you will see strategy is visible. You see countries strategizing to be exporters of rice to the region. And much as these figures, you cannot just move ahead of them, and you look at the food sovereignty. If you think about food sovereignty, which is the concept that considers where you get the food you eat, then you have to think about checking these trends. It's okay you can eat, but where do you get the food? Is it from the neighbor, or do you have control over the food? That's the concept of food sovereignty. And then it can also have implications on food security, which is to do with, the food is there for eating? And if we depend on importing food, then it means any shock in the source country would severely affect us at home. Then we look at the maize. And in this graph, we see that imports of maize have been increasing over time. And though it is still not as bad as the picture for rice. And you see also from 2023 to 2024, imports of maize increased. And still, if you look at the countries where we get the maize from, we see, again, strategy. Countries strategizing. And considering that we consume a lot of maize, I think that's a viable assumption to make. We consume more maize than rice in this country. But also rice is growing, as it is part of each and every meal that we take in this country. So these figures, we cannot just pass over them. We have to pay keen attention to them. And we need to check these trends. And we need to put our incentives right, because the importers or the traders pay attention to incentives. And if the incentives are not right, they will continue bringing the trailers while you continue to decay in poverty, and the GDP will not broaden. So we need to put our incentives right, and we check these figures. So we need strategy, actually. So for the study, the slides are not moving. Can you please go to this slide? For the study, we worked in I'm sorry. Okay, let me continue with this version. I think this is the old version of the slides. But for the study, we worked in Mubende, we worked in Kiboga, Nakaseke, Luwelo, Mitiana, and Kasanda. And these are, the dots are the places we went to. And the treatments, I'm going to talk about them in a short while. So can you please go to the slide with intervention data? Thank you. We started with the group listing, and we did this in August 2024. And like I told you, we worked in 6 districts, and in each district we selected 6 sub-counties for the study. And in each sub-county we selected 2 parishes
to implement the study. And so for the listing of farmers groups, we listed from each selected parish, we listed 6 farmers groups from that parish. And what we did was to list the names of the farmer groups in that parish and all the farmers that were engaged in that group. And then in November 2024, we did the baseline study. And for this, because to keep the gender in balance, for all we listed 6 groups, but then when it came to baseline, we randomly selected 5 groups for the baseline, and in each group we selected 6 members, and whenever it was possible, we balanced the 3 males and 3 females. But in total for the baseline, we interviewed 1,678 farmers. And then in December 2024, immediately after the baseline, we implemented the intervention. And the intervention, we had both the treated group and the control group, and I'm going to talk about these in the next slide. And then in October 2025, we implemented the inline study. And here we had, we would follow up the 1,678 farmers, would follow them up, whoever was available would interview them for the inline. Okay, now the treatments. What did we do when we got the field for the intervention in December 2024? So we worked with partners, and together the partners, we conducted 1 low carbon information dissemination session in the 24 assigned sub-counties. So for 6 districts with 6 sub-counties, we'd have a total of 36 sub-counties. And so we randomly assign these sub-counties to 3 treatments of the experiment. And so the control group did not receive any intervention, no information session for that group. But then the 24 other sub-counties we are randomly assigned to 2 information treatments. And the first information treatment gave access to information on benefits and access only. So would organize in-person sessions with farmers, and then would educate them or give them information on benefits and how they can access low carbon agriculture technology if they want to acquire them. That's the first treatment. Then the second treatment offered the same information, benefits and access information, plus information on available government financing. So we worked with Musabode and UECCC. UECCC under Ministry of Energy, they are implementing a project called Electricity Access Scale-Up Project. And under this project, the government offers a 60% subsidy to end users of low carbon technology. And this is under the RBF line. So it is that pull-up banner over there that gives information. And we used to have all these banners in the field. And so how treatment 2 is different from treatment 1 is just the extra government information, the extra information on government financing, which farmers can use to access technology. So in both treatments, we had demonstrations. In other words, after the information, farmers would then go to view the machines. So for the maize shader, which is over there, the prototype that we developed with Musabode, they would see how it works. And also for the irrigation pumps, we had them on site. The farmers would see how they work. Farmers were given the opportunity to ask questions before the demonstrations, but also during the demonstrations. So we'd organize the information session at a central place in a parish. Usually it was a school and sometimes a church. And in terms of the session, we would have remarks from EFD Makerere team. So this team would give information on the benefits of using low carbon agriculture technology. And then we had the team from Musabode on ground, and this would give information on the machines available in Musabode, the energy they use, the different machines they have, how they can access, where Musabode is. And then we also had a team from UECCC, a representative from UECCC, and this team would give information on the government subsidy under Ministry of Energy. And because when Ministry of Energy is implementing this subsidy, they work with what they call energy service companies. And so we had a representative from one of the energy service companies that work with Ministry of Energy, and that is Sun Culture, which was already our partner we had selected. So they would give information on how if the farmer wants to access the subsidy, what steps they will take, and how they will then access the subsidy. So here someone can ask, why did you then not use existing extension structure, like extension workers? Is a potential question, but in an experimental setting, that would cause some biases, could cause some contamination, which we wanted to avoid. And so we had these well-trained research assistants that would deliver the information and represent the ministry and the extension structure very well. Then also, another potential question would be, why conduct one low carbon information session? And then if you think about government resources, then it's better you keep in line with the resources envelope, because government may not have a lot of money to do so many sessions in one locality. So it's better to do, if one information session will be close to what is attainable, and so it's better to know the impact of one session. Okay, so these are the social variables, the descriptive statistics, and sorry, please go to the descriptive statistics table. Yes, thank you. Here, the main idea here is to see balance, because we had these three treatments: control treatment, treatment 1, and treatment 2 groups. The idea here is to have balance. So any empiricist or experimentalist would want to have balance between these two, because that's when you know that the randomization worked. So in the report, you have many variables, but here I choose to report just a few of them. And we see we have balance across almost all of them. And in terms of age, we see that the farmers were on average aged 46. Most of the households we interviewed were headed by male heads, as expected. In terms of education, about 35% had more than primary education. And in terms of estimated monthly income, it is 191,000. Of course, there could be noise in this. And in the report, you have the mean and max. Some farmers reported to have 2 million, 3 million, 3.5 on average a month. But the average overall is 190. So the potential question here is, why then take these expensive machines? Because that machine, it has both the manual side and the solar system. With both the manual and the solar system, it goes for 3 million, but only for manual, it goes for 1 million. The question is, why then take these expensive machines to poor farmers? Because on average, 291,000 is those people are poor. And so, why take expensive machines to them? The idea is that if you think about inclusivity and poverty reduction, these are the groups that we should go to and go with the right instruments. Okay, and then because we are targeting maize, we ask farmers their first marketable crop, and we see that almost half had maize as their main marketable crop. And then because we worked in groups, so all the respondents were part of groups, but then we asked them if they are part of a women-only group. And a few of them, 13%, belong to women-only groups. So out there are both groups of both female and male representation. And then also at baseline, we are interested to know the program that is offering the subsidy, if farmers knew about it at baseline before we even go for the intervention. And we find that almost no one knew about the electricity access scale-up project through which they can access the subsidy. So that's the descriptive. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, this slide. And still continuing with the descriptives. Again, at baseline, we see what farmers use to irrigate. So we see a few farmers use irrigation, others don't use irrigation at all. But those that even use the irrigation use a bucket, a watering can, as their main mode of irrigation. Some report surface flooding, sprinkler irrigation, and some have drip irrigation. We also asked about, at baseline, the kind of machines they would desire to have on their farm. And we see that irrigation actually ranked highly. Farmers want to have irrigation equipment, but also the tractor. Look at the tractor. The tractor, many farmers report to want the tractor. So these farmers are tired of tilling the land manually. They want what? The tractor. And we have, if you look at the capacity we have in terms of the engineers in this country, they can make some of these tractors, even if it is a handheld tractor. These things are possible, and the farmers are out there, they need them, but they are not accessing them. Also, people desire the maize shredder, which the maize shredder we worked with, and maize miller. So when thinking about extension, this graph shows the desire, the preference the farmers had for extension. And we see most of them desire the in-person meetings. Mainly, most of them like the in-person meetings, where they can interact with the trainer, ask questions, the strategic questions, but also the minor questions you might think are minor are not important. The farmers want to ask these questions, and they want to ask them physically in person. And then we asked about the maize shedding. What do they use when they are shedding the maize? We see most of them use rented petrol or diesel sheller machines. And while this would be okay, the problem, farmers reported problems of delays from the operators. Sometimes they wait for the operators for some time. Even the maize can go bad. They can lose a harvest just because they are waiting for the operator to come and shell their maize. They also complained about high prices charged by these operators and oil spills on the shelled maize. So the oil spills on the maize, farmers don't like it, but that's what they are using, and they are waiting for an alternative. So we estimated the traditional different difference model for experiments, and this model is the most common one applied. You can do OLS if you have good balance. You can do OLS, but this model is more strict, and this is the one we went for. And we accounted for attrition. Attrition is when farmers, the ones we didn't find in the end line, that can cause some problems, but we accounted for it, so the results are free of that bias. We estimated the intention to treat effect, and this is the effect that is more robust. In other words, if a government decides to give the information or give the subsidy, what is the intention? What effect will they capture? We use OLS to estimate this model, and we cluster standard errors at sub-county level. That's the level where we randomized the treatments. We also computed willingness to pay, knowing or anticipating that the farmers may not buy the machine, we also decided to look at their willingness to pay. And we did this in an incentive compatible way, where we would kind of use an experiment. So this is a picture. We printed out this picture, laminated it, and showed it to the farmers. And we did this at end line, not baseline. We give it to the farmers, and then we ask farmers to state their willingness to pay using the contingent valuation method, their willingness to pay for the machine, and that's the results. Those are the results that I'm going to present about willingness to pay. Okay, and now we look at the results. And we see that this is the graphical presentation of the results. We see that the third treatment, where we gave information on the project that is giving a subsidy, had an improved awareness of farmers by a percentage point of 2.8%, to be specific. Where the point is, so this treatment where we didn't give information on government programs, there is no effect. But the treatment where we give the information on government program, we see that awareness, farmers knowing the government program, improved by 2.8 percentage points. And this is vital, because farmers cannot use the program if they don't know about it. So at baseline, we saw that the farmers did not know about the program. So if they get to know it, then they can start using the program. And you can think of 2.8% as a small effect or impact, but it is not, considering the context that these are smallholder farmers, and at baseline they never knew about this program. So if you have an effect of 2.8 percentage points, it is something to at least break over. So continuing with awareness, next slide please. So we showed the farmers the picture, and we also asked them if they have ever seen this machine before we enlisted the willingness to pay. Asked them if they have ever seen this machine, and most of them reported to have seen the machine at the EFD session. So people don't know these machines, and this is where they reported to see the machine at our session, and that is something. It means that people can learn. If you take the right interventions to them, they can learn, and maybe slowly by slowly they can make the right decisions. Also for the irrigation machine, we asked people where we have another picture for the irrigation. My colleague will talk about it. And we're asking people where they saw the irrigation, and most also them reported to see it from Makere session. But at least this picture is different. Some also report to see the machine from their villages, one from Ministry of Agriculture offices, from exhibition. So the awareness for the irrigation is more than the awareness for the agro-processing machine. Yeah, beyond the awareness. This is not where I am. I'm still not there also. Okay, there. At the table, on the table, please. Next, there. So about adoption. So adoption is slow, but it is gradual. By the time of the end line, which is 9 months after baseline, we had one farmer who had bought the machine, and this farmer had bought the maize sheller. And during the end line, we asked farmers about, after the intervention, after the information sessions, did they make contact with the agricultural technology suppliers, the farms? And then, so this follow-up of April 2026 is the one we did with farmers that reported to have called or made contact with agricultural technology suppliers. And when we did that, we found that 4 other people had bought the machine, and 3 had bought the irrigation pumps, and one group had bought a maize miller. So adoption is slow but gradual. So just after 9 months, we see one buyer, but after 16 months, we see a total of 5 buyers. Next, please. So still following up on the people that had made contact with agricultural technology suppliers. So we see that 3 bought the irrigation pump, 1 group bought a maize miller, and we have 3 respondents, 3 farmers that reported that the company failed to respond. And then we had another one, 3 people who said they invested in other needs, others say they can't afford, others say they are still saving the money. But also there is one who said, we are still waiting for inspection. And others, 2 said the machine did not suit needs. And this is what we take from this response. Because just imagine the 3 people that said company failed to respond, and 1 person who said still waiting for inspection had went on to acquire the machine, then our effect or our results would look differently. So we see barriers in non-responding agri-tech farms and issues in inspection. And when you use the UECCC subsidy, the government subsidy under Ministry of Energy, farmers are required to pay 200,000 upfront before they can access the subsidy. You have to pay for inspection a total of 200,000 shillings, and this is not little money for farmers. And they haven't seen you on ground. Sometimes they have to send this money through mobile money, and so it becomes tricky. Very many farmers find it hard to send that money. Continuing with other results, these are cross-section results. These are variables we captured at end line, and we see that the treatments had impact on increasing solar irrigation. Like if a farmer reported to have seen a solar irrigation pump, if a farmer has ever seen a solar maize sheller, if farmers identified the picture, that's another result and we see the treatments have significant effects on these variables. And also if farmers had discussions after the demonstration, we see treatments have significant impacts. So because for farmers to adopt the technology, they don't just go from the blue. You give them the information, they discuss it with family members or sometimes neighbors, and so having treatments impacting on or with a big effect on the discussion is some good starting point. These are the results for the willingness to pay. And we see there is latent demand for the agro-processing machinery, that machine over there. So we engaged farmers in an experiment to see if they can buy this machine, and using the contingent valuation method. And there's some noise at the beginning there. There's some confusion at lower prices, but after that we see nicely downward sloping demand curves. So there is latent demand for this technology among the farmers. However, the willingness to pay for the technology is lower than the price of the equipment. So if the price is 3 million, farmers are only willing to pay something lower. And that speaks to the issue of the subsidy. So the subsidy is still vital. And we see women and young farmers face some particular constraints. So for the willingness to pay results, we also did an regression estimation where we put in control variables. And one of the control variables for farmers and youth farmers, we see that it reduces a little bit of the willingness to pay. That means women and youth still need support. They are less willing to acquire this machine. And also when we threw in the control for cooperative payment, we see that it increases willingness to pay. So in the experiment, we randomized to the farmers. Some would get the cooperative payment, others would go the upfront. Upfront means you pay the entire price at once. and then cooperative, you are in a group, and then more, you contribute as a group. And we see that the farmers that were randomized to a cooperative payment had higher willingness to pay for the technologies. Okay, right slide. So we see that community in-person information meetings increased smallholder farmers' awareness of government support programs, but the awareness did not translate in ownership of agricultural technology in the short run to end line. And we find barriers in high cost associated with site surveying and inspection due to limited access to the agri-tech. The agri-tech farms are in the capital, Kampala, and the farmers are in the villages. And so there's still a disconnect. So we think there is need to reduce the inspection costs, and we think the community service centers is one way to reduce this disconnect. And community service centers, we say, our study did not establish the impact of community service centers on outcome variables, so we are recommending a pilot. They should be piloted first before anything. And so these centers would reduce, we think they will reduce inspection costs because they will be located in the vicinity of the farmers. So farmers can walk in, ask, as they talk to the person, they build trust. The centers would connect the farmers to the ECOs, the energy service farms, and the centers would be vital in improving understanding the value of inspection. So farmers still don't understand why they have to pay 200,000 shillings before they even acquire the technology. But if we have this center, farmers will ask questions, and slowly they will develop understanding why inspection is important, because the company may not just give you the technology, they have to establish many things. So the inspection is important. So if farmers start appreciating why they have to pay for the inspection, then they will pay the fee freely, and they can even maybe send it via mobile money. But we need the center to increase their understanding and appreciation of that. Yeah, and to conclude, just I updated this presentation, and the slide is missing here, but I'll take you to your policy briefs. Policy briefs, please. Yes, on page 3. On page 3, it summarizes what I actually said. The figure, where we have 1, we say the community information meetings, those are the ones we provided in the field, and we aimed at increasing awareness of government programs. Oh, you have it, finally. Oh, it is me who is missing it, okay. They improve awareness of government programs, and those are the community in-person meetings. So the second, number 2, speaks about the second intervention that my colleague is going to talk about. But then the third, we see that is the adoption outcome. We are saying awareness did not translate into ownership by end line. And we cite some last mile barriers, that is high inspection costs, distance from capital-based farms, and trust and access barriers. And we have number 5, we have the policy response. What should we do? And we are saying we should pilot the community service centers, and these would provide information, local information, site inspection, offer technical advice, link to service companies, and provide after-sales services. Mind the local structure of the community service centers. It's not that international building structure, it is the local. So anything can work for a community service center as long as it has what the farmers need. And so far in mind, we have, we think that the electricity distribution, Alfred, the electricity distribution centers can be a good starting point. So, though there are still also few across the country, but maybe this could be a good reason to improve their relevance and increase their services. And this would be a good service center starting point. Why? Because they keep the service within the business kind of setting, not the bureaucracy, not at the district where there is, people think there will be bureaucracy, but when it is in the CBD, farmers would easily go there because they have gone there for business, and then it is in the business center of the district or the sub-county, it would help. And then the main message is that last mile barriers preclude adoption, and we should test local service delivery infrastructure that helps farmers access agricultural technology. So the main message is about the community service center, and the idea of electricity distribution centers is just an idea, a suggestion, and as we continue dialoguing and talking and engagement, we may actually get better suggestions, I guess. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
So, good afternoon, everyone. When I'm in class and I greet people and they don't answer me properly, I stop the class until they give me enough energy. So I will do the same trick here. And good afternoon, everyone. That is much better, so we can proceed. So my name is Florence Luisa, and I'm an EFD research fellow, but also teach in the School of Agricultural Sciences just next, in the next building there. And I'm presenting to you the work that we've done regarding the second intervention. Prof and Dr. Aisha have introduced the intervention, what we did in the field, and so I'll just pick up from where they stopped and show us about the second intervention. So one intervention was through the in-person meetings as presented by Dr. Aisha. The other intervention was through radio programs, so trying to disseminate information through different radio programs. So why does this one matter? So we're having two things here. One, we have the government investing money, a lot of money, to be able to support farmers to take up different productivity enhancing technologies, because we see that that is the way to go. But more so, promoting the use of clean energy in those productivity enhancing technologies. Dr. Aisha gave an example of the electricity access scale program in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, whereby there's a project offering 60% of subsidies to the farmers. And end users, those ones who have intentions to use the low carbon energy technologies. So we want to increase productivity, but in an environmentally friendly way. On the other hand, also, we have the private sector who have these technologies there. They gave an example of Musa Bode and also Sun Culture, which was instrumental in promoting the irrigation technologies. And so we have the money there and the support there. We have the providers of the technologies. But what we see is that for most of the farmers, they are not aware about some of these existing programs and how they can be able to get the support. Yet we saw from the earlier slides that issues of affordability and even information access were key. So what we try to promote is to examine this intervention is looking at whether giving information through radio programs regarding the existing government support and also connecting farmers to the private sector to be able to access those technologies, if that combination would actually translate into improved adoption of the irrigation equipment. And so what we want to say here is that there should be communication about the existing availing information that would be able to benefit the farmers. But how did we decide on the solar irrigation as being one intervention? Again, from the baseline information presented by Dr. Aisha, the kind of people that were surveyed, what we saw is that most of them were actually male-headed households, comprising about over 80%. And many of them are educated, but not beyond the primary level education. But even the farmers interviewed, most of them were actually crop-producing farmers, they are crop farmers. And even then, we were seeing that only 0.6% were aware about the existing government programs. Dr. Aisha gave the samples of farmers that were interviewed, they were in thousands, but imagine only 0.6 were aware. Yet when you look at the data, the results for whether they listen to radios, and which radios they listen to, what we are seeing here that in the area surveyed was in Uganda, so CBS FM, Budu FM were actually instrumental. And we are seeing, if you convert this to a percentage, just multiply by 10%, so about 80% actually listen to the radio programs. And even in these radio programs, they convey information about the existing government programs. So despite having radios that they listen to, in a big percentage, still the level of awareness was still low about the existing government programs. And so what you're trying to say here that there could be programs that are being disseminated under different stations, could be Voodoo, could be any other radio station. But again, the listenership of that radio station doesn't translate into being aware about the existing government programs. So they may listen to the radio, but maybe interested in the news, interested in the music, not necessarily listening to the government programs. And so, again, from what was presented earlier, I'll just gloss over this. From what the farmers needed as technologies from the baseline survey conducted, what was ranking highly was the use of tractors, but also the use of irrigation. That's why we thought maybe that would be one way we can be able to intervene, whereby about 55% demanded the irrigation pumps. And so we are seeing that farmers express an interest in having the irrigation pumps, but will they actually be willing to take up the pumps in case they are given the support that we were thinking about? Dr. Aisha presented earlier about what they were using. This is just a testament that they want to irrigate their products. what they are currently using are the rudimentary ways of irrigation, but they are trying their best in their means that they have to be able to improve productivity and also go through, be resilient when they are faced with climate stresses. What they were using was the bucket irrigation, which is rudimentary, but still useful to be able to support in one or the other. So what we are seeing here is that farmers are using the rudimentary methods. There's a gap that we can be able to address to help them transition to even better technologies. And we have the different technologies that were shown to farmers or farmers interacted with. These are solar irrigation pumps that we looked at. Why? Because they are using clean energy. They are using solar, it's a clean energy. But again, being able to to be able to increase their productivity, but in a clean way. So in terms of the intervention that we looked at, Dr. Aisha presented a little bit of it. This is specific for the solar irrigation, that it began way back in November 2024 when the baseline was done, to understand what our farmers are currently using, like we've seen the basins, what would they want to have to be able to support them to improve productivity. We saw that irrigation was one of the things that they needed to have, but maybe could not be able to afford. And the challenges we given were the information as well as inadequate access to the technologies, information, but also the issues of affordability. So in terms of the intervention, between around December, March, again, there were field activities done whereby information treatments were done through radio programs in the different districts that we'll see later on. And then there was an inline survey in last year, 2025, to see if there's effect of that intervention, the radio programs have translated into actual adoption by the farmers. In terms of where this was done, we are seeing here two sections here. We have Liantonde Luengo, around Masaka, and then also in Gomba, Mpiji, and Butambala. So they all have different radio stations that they are listening to. And also radio programs were done for these particular areas here. So in terms of the impact, what do we see? I've not presented the detailed regressions, but just the key results coming out of interest. In terms of awareness of the existing government programs through the radio stations, what we are seeing here is that there was no effect on that. So no evidence of an increase that is attributable to the radio interventions. Normally in as economists, we normally put stars to show that this was significant in really influencing, this was not. So because there are no stars, take it that it had no effect. So here there was no effect. In terms of availing information through the radios, in terms of adoption, you don't see any effect. Again, you also see here no effect using, that again can be attributable to the intervention of using the solar powered irrigation. But I want to stress here that when I talk about having no effect, it doesn't mean that radio programs are useless. No, they are very useful. What it simply means by these two here not being significant means that maybe on their own, they're not enough to influence adoption. They are still useful to give us information. However, we need much more than just the information to be able to realize the effect of adoption. If we look at the willingness to pay for the technology, like Dr. Aisha presented, this is now specific for the irrigation technologies. Simple interpretation here is that we have two forms of payment. One is the upfront, which is the blue line, where you pay the money immediately. If we want a solar pump, you pay the money upfront, then you get the pump. And then we have the pay as you go, where you can be able to take the technology, and then you pay with time. Again, what we are seeing here is that there's willingness of the farmers to pay. So what we are seeing here is the percentage of farmers who are willing to pay these prices here. So when the price is low, for example, less than 2 million shillings, we are seeing a higher percentage of farmers willing to pay that price. And as the price increases, the percentage of the farmers who are willing to pay goes on reducing, meaning that farmers, the issue of the subsidy could come in here, that subsidies normally reduce the cost of accessing the technologies. And as the cost goes down, then there will be more farmers who will have the willingness to pay for the technology. But willingness doesn't mean actual adoption. I could be willing to do something, I could be willing to eat KFC for lunch, but I cannot afford it. So I have the love, but the actual action may be constrained by many other factors. But the first step is to know that farmers actually want and are willing to take up this technology. But they are willing to take it up where there may be subsidized costs at a lower price compared to at the higher price. And again, from the analysis, though not presented here, what we are seeing here, that farmers are willing to pay for the technologies, but when it comes to the youth and women, again, they have particular constraints compared to the male farmers. They are more constrained in being able to afford these technologies. And again, from what Dr. Aisha presented, that again, from the results that we have, we are seeing that whereas farmers are constrained in taking up these technologies, they are willing to pay. But when they're in groups, then they're able to even have a higher willingness to pay. So if you think about increasing their willingness to pay, maybe it would be better to channel it through the groups because they are more willing within the groups than as an individual. So what do these results actually suggest? We are saying that one, information is important, but information alone is not adequate to be able to translate into adoption. It could be one avenue to stimulate the demand for the technology by making farmers aware what are the benefits of technology, what is the existing financing available, and then also if they have the demand for the technology, they're willing to take it up, also complement the package with maybe access to financing to be able to reduce the barriers to adoption regarding affordability. And then maybe if all that and many other factors are considered, then maybe we may realize the result of adoption. So in terms of the policy implications from this, we are saying different providers are promoting solar-powered irrigation. We have the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the Ministry of Energy, we have the Ministry of Water, even the Ministry of Gender is doing something to do with green jobs. So it looks like we are all, the end goal is the same, though we have different actors who are contributing to are the same. What are we saying here? That for all the actors that are involved in promoting the use of solar-powered irrigation, one is be able to target the communication. So information is still important, but it should be well targeted and well packaged for the audience that is being targeted to take up the technologies. So this could include many things, maybe the eligibility of the farmers to take up the technologies, the existing pricing, maybe where to be able to apply, who do they talk to, where do they reach out to, how can they access this, how can they access the spare parts. It should be a whole complete package of information. So even the quality of the information also matters that is available to the farmers. So it should be complete information regarding the technologies, as well as support services related to the technologies, as well as the affordability. And then also we see important is the linkage to the different service providers. That let's help farmers with the information. At the same time, link them to those who have the technologies. Who are some of the energy, the suppliers that we have, the energy service companies. And then also among these suppliers, there are many that have different financing to be able to support the farmers. There are those that take upfront payments. There are those that allow the pay-as-you-go payments. So having good suppliers, reliable suppliers who respond to farmers' needs, but also having flexible payment options within those suppliers would actually enable farmers be able to ease their work of transitioning to cleaner technologies. At the same time, we are saying here, as we've seen, that the women and the youth are usually the more constrained regarding access to these technologies, as also adoption and affordability, but even the willingness to pay for the technologies. So maybe there could be different approaches that to specific or packages to specifically target the youth and the women in being able to access the technologies. So maybe one size fits all may not fit for the marginalized who are the youth and the women, and also other social inclusions, maybe people with disabilities, maybe the elderly, maybe the poor, maybe people in different geographical regions. So exclusion can come in different forms. Exclusion can come in different forms, and so we should be mindful of the different possible users who may not be able to actually afford the technologies. At the same time, we're also recommending, that we've seen from the results, that farmers in groups are more willing to actually invest into these technologies. So maybe as we try to promote the use of these technologies, probably target also the farmer groups, target cooperatives. Why? Because they help to reduce the transaction costs involved in reaching out to the farmers. They can learn from each other. They can support each other to be able to overcome maybe the risks and the uncertainties regarding the technologies. So collective action is important in being able to promote the use of clean energy technologies in agriculture. So thank you so much. I will end here my presentation.
Yes, greetings ladies and gentlemen. My name is Javira Sawankambo, and I'm going to be taking you through the key project outputs I think a lot has already been said with regards to the technical outputs on the project, the research technical outputs, and also the policy implications and recommendations, which Dr. Riza has really explained very well. Now, alongside those outputs that the previous presenters have already presented, there are some other additional outputs that we are really proud of as the project team. And I think to try to categorize them or to wrap up them and summarize, I can benchmark on the Makerere University core functions. And that is teaching and learning. And then that is more of capacity building. Then we have research and innovation. When we talk of research and innovation, we are looking at generating knowledge, solving the local problems, local challenges, and also technology transfer. And then the third core function that is really pertinent to this is the community outreach and extension. So those three core functions of the university were really well addressed for this project. And let me start with community outreach. That is stakeholder engagement. One thing that has been in the traditional bias we've had about information with regards to universities has been that information has been taken to be a prerogative of a few who are within the universities or within the gates of the universities. And when they do research, perhaps they publish in the traditional academic journals, information just remains in such dungeons of academia. And for this project, we are really proud to have engaged these different groups of stakeholders, right from the government policy players and makers, the development partners, the private sector players, the civil society, and then the most important group, those are our local people down there, the farmers themselves. So we engage them in these different activities. As the previous presenters have already mentioned, that this project was based on a three-phased kind of implementation. That was diagnostic, where we tried to understand what was the status quo, and then we designed where we co-created the interventions with all these stakeholders well consulted and involved. And then at last, when we tested them, and great that we've seen the amazing results out of them. So these are some of the photos. You can see when we had a co-creation workshop at Makerere University in 2024, we had some baseline. Then we went there and trained the farmers. We had several information sessions and trainings down there on the grassroots in those respective districts. So another output that was really amazing is to do with technology development. That is the research and innovation core function that I talked about. And the prototype is just there, a physical one, not a theoretical one, where we developed that hybrid maize sheller. I want to report that that maize sheller wasn't in place until this project existed, where we sat with engineers from Musa Bode, and some of us were on the technical team who are engineers ourselves. We brainstormed and co-created something that would be important for the local community. I think we can give that an applause. So well done to the project team that we managed to get that output. And amazingly, it's not just to say that low carbon uses solar, that's all. No. We try to think harder and deeper to ensure that even someone who may not be in position to operate a solar-powered one could just operate it with a hand. And the capacity, when we did the field tests, of course, it's still a project in progress as well on its own, which we can take it up later on. But it could at least shell 1 ton per day. In an hour, it could shell between 80 kilograms to 100 kilograms of maize. So that is an output which we are really proud of, and hopefully Musa Bode shall improve more of that current prototype. Another aspect that I talked about to do with the university core functions is teaching and learning. So here, one thing that we do as EFD Mark Center, as one of the pillars, is capacity building. So we had a number of research assistants, over 20 of them, but I don't want to call them research assistants in this case. I think I will regard them to be more of mentees. These were our mentees, and we've been mentoring them for the period of the past 3 years. I think they already stood, and you saw some of them, but I will take this moment to request those who are available to at least stand up for recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to report that there were undergraduate students when we were starting this project, and all of them have graduated. And interestingly, a few of them actually have even already transitioned to postgraduate studies. They've enrolled for masters. That's Priscilla and Agnes. So you can just wave at the audience. So my boss, the PI, I think that's a testament to our capacity building efforts, that we are not just doing research, but we are impacting lives and contributing to mentorship of the next generation of researchers. Among other outputs, just like I've mentioned about the research assistants, of course we've been paying them, so they've not been working for free. We really take that to be a serious one, and that's part of the livelihood support. And we've had a number of different service providers on the project, just like even today. Just like we have service providers today, and then we had several of them in the field. This project has produced several data sets, and these will be publicly available for future researchers and policymakers as they deliberate to plan for this country. Then we've had several publications which will be publicly available. But most importantly, the collaborations and partnerships that we built with the private sector and other policymakers, and more so the grassroots of our farmers down there. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the project team, I'd like to thank you so much for your audience. We build for the future.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sewankambo, for wrapping it up. So another hand clap for the project team. I think we have enjoyed very good findings, and very, very important for policy makers and us all, the farmers and other groups. And thank you, Javira, what you have just said, that the data is going to be available. I see here some graduate students, some master students, so if you want to do some nice study, please see Dr. Aisha and Javira and see how you can be helped. Thank you for the outputs. So now we are going into an element which will take us through the panel. So for the next 10 minutes, we are going to listen to the keynote address by Professor Fred Matov. Media team, please, let's have the presentation.
Thank you very much, Peter. All protocols observed. May I get assistance here? Distinguished participants, I only have one slide, so don't feel like it's going to be forever. We've been talking since morning. Now it is time for reflection. Okay, so I'm waiting for the participants to be able to see the slide on the screen so that I can take you through this. This is a policy conference. And what I know about meetings of this nature when we come to this phase is to look at the results we got and interrogate them. Are they working or not working? The beauty with the research is that it helps you to identify those things that may work in other contexts, but don't work within the context in which you are doing research. And that gives you an opportunity to reflect and say what works for the context we are dealing with. Fred Matov is my name, and I'm from the School of Economics. Before I go further, I would like to give a very big thanks to the research team, my dear principal and my colleagues for this great work. I had planned to take you through all that, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is to provoke the research team and you, dear participants, to think critically of what do the results mean for our people, and how can we there make things that work for our people. That is the only slide I have. I had prepared 9, but this is the only one I'm going to cover. I am a maize farmer. I grow maize 2 seasons, and every season I grow between 15 and 18 metric tons of maize. I've never dreamt about buying and owning a maize slasher, and definitely not that one. I would like the researchers to educate us, and I think Musa Bode helped in developing this. How much time would I need to slash maize equivalent to 1 ton? If you tell me I can do that in 1 hour with that technology, then that is a technology for me. The principal told you, and we are very much close in the same category, that somebody sat in the Ministry of Finance and determined that because of the incomes we get, we are paying taxes of 40%. But we cannot afford irrigation. I was seated there and waiting to see in the photos or in the video a farmer using a watering can to irrigate 3 acres of maize. What I've seen is tomatoes, which probably you do on 1/4 an acre of land. So, and this is the tragedy of researchers, I'm a culprit, that we get out there, we see things, we understand they are not working for our people, but we come back and say, let us try them. I'm going to challenge the panelists to direct the debate into energy use that is productive for our people. The kind of people that the maize farmers we saw in Igomba, in Nakaseke, in Mwende, average income less than 200,000 a month. They will need to save 5 months of their income to buy a hand-driven machine, a slasher. I think that's what they told us. It costs about 1 million, not so, if I can remember well. Okay? And they should also have the energy to use their hand, not go to the gym, but use their hand to slash the maize. Those are the realities we have to think about. So, when is energy use productive? I think Musa Boda and others have demonstrated that there are smart, climate smart and environmentally friendly technologies on the market. And that much we have to applaud them, that they are building something which either uses solar, that's environmentally friendly. Accessible, yes, they are becoming accessible in terms of knowing where, and that's the information we are getting, where to find them. The issue is affordability. And let me say this before you go very far. Our colleagues from Ministry of Agriculture probably would know, but may not want to agree, that agriculture, the way we do it, is not profitable. It was never meant to be profitable. That's why, globally, you have to have government subsidy to the farmers. Let us not go out and tell people what they want to hear when it's not the correct information. Any government that is not going to invest to subsidize farmers is not going to transform society through farming, more so crop farming. When I'm doing my maize, I use the droppings from my poultry farm to get the fertilizers. I cannot buy the NPK from the market. It's so way expensive for me, and I'm not a poor person by Ugandan standards. So let us be able to demonstrate what works. Cost effective, is it good value for money? Farmers are rational. We are saying adoption is low, they are not willing to buy, okay, they are willing, but they are rational. Are they going to use their money from PDM to buy that machine, which they are going to use only twice a year? Why not then see a parish using the PDM money, 100 million, buy a heavy-duty slasher, which they can hire out during the season of what? Of threshing. Why do you want these poor farmers to use their cash to buy it and sit there? They slash 2 bags, 3 bags of maize, and it sits there for the rest of the year. That is not what we should be doing. Reliable. It has to be reliable. The technologies they are developing, yes, good. If they are going to rely on hydropower, we have to first make sure that the hydropower supply is reliable and affordable. If they are going to be relying on solar energy, maybe for most of Uganda, if it doesn't rain for 3 days, maybe that's when you can have. But you can have, I think, a stronger battery to store the solar energy to operate. Feasible. The kind of farmers we're looking at need to have a technology that's really feasible. It meets their needs, and I think that's what we want to do. And also acceptable. There are a lot of cultural, social aspects that go with this. So my dear panelists, and I'm hoping that on the panel there are going to be a farmer and a technology developer, and maybe a researcher, and somebody from the ministry. I would like us to be speaking to that kind of agricultural technology using smart energy that is accessible, that is affordable, it is reliable and feasible and acceptable. If we do that, then we will have done a great service to our people. Thank you very much, and over to you, panelists.
Wow, thank you so much. We are really still yearning for more. So another hand clap to Professor Matov. Thank you so much. Now, as you have heard from the professor, he was trying to provoke the panel. So to discuss more and more of this, where we are going to be discussing, largely as I said, the productive use of energy. How best can we use energy for agriculture, SMEs? So we are going to be joined by a group of experts who are going to take us through. One of our experts had stepped out and is telling me that the rain has he has been caught up by but he will be joining us as we proceed. So we are going to be joined by a panel of distinguished experts. And as Prof has said, starting with our representative of farmers, join me to welcome Haj Afi Sembatia. Simu ya. On our panel is the representative who is representing our key partner in this research, the Mosabode, Ms. Babirie Habeba. Habiba. Next is Mr. Alfred Kiza, who is representing UECCC. That's the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Next on our panel is Dr. Nicholas Chirimani, who unfortunately had moved out briefly and was caught by rain, but he will be joining us shortly. We have a representative, unfortunately I don't have the name here with me, representing the National Planning Authority. Who is representing the National Planning Authority? National Planning Authority. Okay, I've been informed that we have missed. Then online, I don't know whether you can check online whether we have Mr. Edison YB from GIZ. You can check for me online. So we are going to hear from the key panelists, and then we shall have the entire join us. So I want to welcome you all. Maybe I will start by giving you 1 minute to introduce yourself as you also get ready for the panel. Please, Dr. Nicholas, join me to welcome Dr. Nicholas Chirimani, who has finally made it. Thank you. So let me start from Mosabode.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. My name is Babire Habiba Sebunza, and I am representing Musabode Machinery. Musabode Machinery, we are local fabricators. We fabricate, we offer technology. Yes, everyone has been hearing Musabode, Musabode, Musabode. Yes, we are in Katwe. We are located in Katwe, and we deal in local fabrication. That's why we were able to get in touch with EFD and produce the machinery you have all seen. Thank you.
Mbalamusiza bassebo ne bannyabo ngenda kwogera mu lulimi Luganda. Yanziza. Amanya Haja Office Embatya, omu ku balimi b'omu disitulikiti y'e Kasanda, alabika nti akwasaganya ne irrigation system. Mbaniriza nnyo.
Good afternoon all protocol observed.
My name is Alfred Kiza. I'm a risk manager with UECCC. UECCC in full is Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. It's a government of Uganda company, and our members are Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development, and then Private Sector Foundation Uganda. So we are running a project that's been on since July 2023 and is running until next year, June 2027. That's the Electricity Access Scale-Up project. And this project has two components. It has, in total, the project is about $623 million. And it has both an on-grid component and an off-grid component. The on-grid component involves construction of power lines and connecting customers onto the grid. But the off-grid then is the one that's being handled by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. And within that, we have three components. We have the result-based financing program, we have the credit support facility, we have public institutions also program, and then technical assistance. That's just a brief about myself and UECCC and how we come into the picture. I want to thank the researchers. We've walked the journey with them from inception to the field work, to review of the findings, and I think they did a great job, and I'm looking forward to share. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Nick Limani. I'm from here. Here is a university from the School of Economics, from the EFD, and from the department specifically of development economics. So I'm a senior research fellow in the Inclusive Green Economy Program, which is also in line with the work that brought us here this morning into afternoon. At the EFD, we do research. My interests are with the energy, clean energy, water resources, and other interventions that help people's lives get better. So in line with the purpose of our meeting today, there is work that we've done that is actually a linkage to what you would see here today. So our project under the EFD is on looking at the viability analysis for solar powered irrigation. So this is the production component of irrigation. So sustainable production amidst climate change. So when we have interventions like these that are linked to value addition, the machines, so you see it's a chain. So the work that we have here today and the work that we are doing in an ongoing project together with other colleagues, where the PI for today's meeting, Professor Bali, is also a co-PI on the other project. So Professor Bali is now deeply immersed in energy and is also practicing it on his farm. So he's from research to practice. So these things are now very close to his heart. And I'm glad I'm here. Then we'll be talking about what came out of this and some of the reflections that came out of the findings and how to shape our effort on providing sustainable livelihoods for our agro-based population going forward. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Kilimani, and especially when you say now, even us as researchers, we are not leaving things for research, we are doing them ourselves, and you have given an example of the PI, Professor Edward Bale. So would you mind, I want to start with you, Dr. Nick. This, and Professor Matov was talking about, what is this productive use of energy from your extensive experience, as you have said, in energy?
Thank you, Dr. Peter. So energy is multifaceted in terms of what you can use it for. So productive energy use is how energy is transformed into activities that contribute to economic activity. The quick examples are how we use, for example, either grid or solar energy here to improve our agriculture. So one, at the first level, we can increase productivity of agricultural activity, for example, by the use of solar or grid energy. There are different energy sources. So there is the grid, there is the electricity of the wires, you see, the hydropower, which also can come from thermal energy or geothermal. And then you can use petrol, diesel, you can use biodiesel from agriculture output, and also wind. So all those are energy sources which we can transform into we can deploy into activities that contribute to producing output. If the focus here is agriculture, how then do we deploy those different energy sources into contributing to producing more agricultural output? And this is the contention and focus of one, improving livelihoods, and also improving the performance of the economy, and it's in the broader agenda of socio-economic transformation. If we don't need to wait for rain to produce, then we have to find ways in which rain, which is one of the inputs into agriculture activity, can be availed, which is now water, to contribute to, either bridging the gap in shortfalls in season or extending them so we can have more planned agricultural activity than having to depend on the cycles of rain. In any case, God gave us the wisdom to think about what to do, and the environment in which we live has all those components. So it's up to us to think about how to improve our livelihoods. And for energy is not only used for lighting, there is many other things, but the strict definition and simple of productive energy use is on how you deploy the different energy sources to contribute to increasing economic output.
Yeah.
If it's agriculture, it's agriculture output, and all the other sectors of the economy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Kilimani. I am still on you. So now that you have clearly told us what productive use of energy is, and given your expertise in the research you have been doing, so I really wanted to understand from you what is really lacking in terms of the products, services, and delivery channels to extend this productive usage that you have been talking about of energy.
Thank you, moderator. I'll speak about just a handful of things. There are so many things we could talk about, like we can spend the whole day here. But I'll speak about a few things that are linked to the gaps in terms of maximizing the deployment of interventions like this. So one of the things that we've had evidence for those who have done work in the deployment of productive energy use, especially in agriculture, is on the One, the design of the products versus the realities on the ground. So remember, our context here, agriculture is smallholder led. So if we look at the issue would be like, so there is climate variability, volatility. The rains are not coming on time, or sometimes they don't come in the quantities that would be very useful for agriculture to thrive. What then do? We then offer solutions to address that problem. Find mechanisms to give solar or any energy source pumps to these smallholder farmers, because they contribute to the bulk of agricultural output. But then you find that if you deploy that solution, solar pumps available to farmers, which is what these other interventions have been about. You gift and all the other interventions from our development partners. If that product is a standalone, it has an ecosystem in which it thrives. Now, if you don't address those other things around it, what you aim to achieve is not going to be achieved. And there is evidence of that effect. So for example, you need the ecosystem, for example, would include proper water resource assessment, storage, alternative water availability measures. For example, water harvesting. Then there is also other agronomic practices. So you irrigate, but your farms are bare. So you can, the PI mentioned about those who are actively involved in agriculture, about the episode that they received of harsh heat, okay? So there is sunshine, but it's heat. So it can shine, but when there is no heat, like for those who have been in the temperate regions, during winter it can shine, but when there is no heat. So the episode the PI talked about, Professor Bali, was that harsh heat episode. So if you have a solution, for example, the solar or water or grid pumps, the farmers will irrigate. But if you have an episode of heat for a sustainable period of time, whichever water goes into the ground, it quickly evaporates. So you find that the intervention is not being deployed efficiently. But if you have additional agronomic practices like soil moisture management, mulching, and all the other things around it, the kinds of tillage, planting other crop covers to maintain the soil moisture, then it means that you're deploying this intervention much more efficiently than one who simply irrigates, the ground is bare, in a minute the water evaporates and they wonder how things are not working. So then the other thing, one of the other things I mentioned about is water assessment. So in our settings, there is a tendency to think that water is everywhere and in unlimited quantities. That's if it's surface water, groundwater. But this then can be misleading once you, for example, scale up the use of these modern technologies for water, for example, irrigation. You find the water can easily get used up, and then and yet it needs replenishment. So water resource assessment is key. How do we sustainably abstract the water to use for agriculture? So that is one thing. Yeah, I could go on with other things.
I know, yeah. But thank you so much, Dr. Nika. I think a hand clap. This is especially when he talks of water assessment. Me also one time I had forgotten that the groundwater can get done. So my neighbor requested me water. I said, pump. Only after 2 hours when I wanted the water, it was not there. So I think that's great. I'll come back to you later on, where I will be asking you what local capacity exists to address some of the issues you have said. But now I want to go to our farmer. I don't know whether you'll get, but you are free to talk in Uganda. So what is limiting us as farmers to use this modern technology? We are talking about, like, first of all, the access to equipments like what we have here to grind our maize and all that. And two, why are we not using solar? So let me first hear your thoughts on that, and then we shall engage.
Webale nyose webale eddala. Ensonga enkulu ekyasooka okuba nti tugaana abamu tulemerwa okufukirira kigambo kya mutaka, kigambo kya ssente. So nga ate ennimiro zaffe tezandibadde nti zo tezimanyi nti tolina ki, tolina ssente, olina kubanga olina ki, olinazo. Ekyokubiri, ofuna bu ssente stiiru era ebintu birabika biriko omusolo mungi ebikozesebwa water pumps, solar system yonna eri ku bbeeyi, ssente ziri waggulu nnyo. Akayogeddwako nti tosobola wadde okufukirira emiti 3 ng'okozesa water can, tokisobola nga gy'olina emiti ameka 3, kubanga gw'ofukako enjuba geerwanyisa nekola ki, netwala wadde okozesezza okubikka. Kitegeeza ki? Mbadde nsaba mu kunoonyereza kwange ng'omulimi kisaati waabwe wansi eyo, mu kifo kya gavumenti okuddira ssente n'eziteeka mu policy model, egende ng'ekola ekintu kimu ku kusala ku misolo, abantu basobole okwegulira ebisobola okufukirira. Basobola ssente bazirina abantu mu byalo lwakuba nti biri ku ssente za waggulu. Era bw'okozesa sola ne generator ya bbeeyi nnyo, kubanga buli lunaku olina okuteekamu ki, amafuta, ekitali ku sola. Sola bw'omala ogigula yeesi bagikusedde, naye ye wamumala dda akuba amazzi buli luki, talina kiyetaaga kwongeramu. Naye amafuta gali olabanga busente obutono, wakaguze ssente entono, ne tosobola kumalako. Buli lunaku olina okutoola ssente mu biseera byaki, by'omusana. Kitegeeza ki? Kitegeeza nti biseera by'omusana n'ensawo ziba, omusana gwakira ddala mu buli ki, ne mu mpale gwakamu. Tegwaka bwasi n'ogulaba, buli olaba gwase ewuwo newamu n'okukoza eki, gwase. Awo ensabira nti senga kibadde kisoboka ebintu by'obulimi byonna ebikwatagana ku kufukirira kulima kukola ki, bijibweko muki, kijja kutuyamba. Ne baddoona bayinza nyinza n'okugenda mu bankolo neneewola nensobola okusasula. Naye abasajja ebintu by'abantu babitutte olw'ensonga omusana gwase, nabawa excuse ezitaliimu, omusana gwayaka, naye ng'ate omugagga ye tajja kumanya nti omusana gwakola ki, gwayaka. Akandi badde nga akasembayo ku nsonga eyo. Abalimi baffe abali wano ne bennaleseeyo, ssente tulina era balina, naye local governments zikoze kitono nnyo. Local governments baziyita for God and my family. Ziri mu mbuto zaabwe, bwaliwo bwalina okukola ki. Senga ziba nti zikoze omulimu gwazo okusomesa abantu, kyandibadde kivaayo buki bulungi, ne emirimu gyagyo tezigimanyi. Kitegeeza ki? Oyinza n'oggwa mu kyalo n'omubuuza sola eyo ekola mulimu ki, nti eyakabwasi, ng'ate gwe ogifukiriza ki, nnimiro. Nsuubira okuba nga pano eno erina okuyambako okulaba nti kituuka eri wansi ku be kikwatako, okusomesa okufukirira obulungi mu ngeri emu oba endala. Yes, mazzi masabe tegakolaki, tegamala nnyonta, kyegezako kutegeeza ne bwofukirira era tobanga enkuba naye era enkuba ekolaki, ekusangirawo.
Tweyanza ndowooza tumukubireko obugalo. Oyogedde ensonga, the officials from the Ministry of Agriculture here, I think they are listening, especially when you say taxes on some of these issues. We thought we had the tax holidays on some of these things, I think will qualify. But also the local government, Madam Sevagans is here, will tell us whether, especially the various departments, the agriculture departments, the agriculture extension officers, are they doing their work and all that. So on the solar, he mentions a number of issues. Some people think solar is only for lighting, but we have also had some issues with solar. I hope solar companies will tell us. Engineers, you buy the solar if you want technical help, the person is lost. Kati abanoonyerezi batugambye ngo ekirala kisobola okuyamba nga singa if we can have a community information center nga tusobola genda awo ne batuwa information and all that. So I wanted to ask you on that. What benefits do you think if we had a community service center and information dissemination where we can get information on how to use solar pump and all that? How can it help us?
Webali nnyo ssebo, ekyo mutuufu kiyinza okutuyamba kubanga obubiina obukolwa kambuyite bwe ntyo nze ndi mu cooperative naye abantu era tubasika okubasa nga basisinkana mu cooperative zaabwe oba obubiina obutonotono naye ngaera tebajja. Naye community centers ba community development officers abamu bagezaako naye nga si bonna naye bagezaako akatonotono okulaba nga batusomesa, batusikayo, batujjako akatambaala kuki ku maaso. Omanyi omusomesa omulimu gwe gwakulaba nti asiimuula ekyo ekiri kuki ku maaso. Dembere okukkiriza nti ansiimudde oba takoze eki, takusiimudde.
Tweyanziza nnyo, webalire ddala. Cut. Now let me turn to Mr. Alfred. I think you are now you are the lonely government official here. You have had a number of issues. So I know you run the result-based, where you give 60% subsidy, and you have heard the farmer saying that things are still expensive. So what alternative does your department hope to use to resolve some of these barriers, as you have heard from the farmer?
Thank you very much, Moderator. I think I've had a look at the research that was done, but I've also heard from the presentation that my colleague and elder here has made regarding the constraints. And what we've also seen in the field when you move out sort of speaks to what the research has found, is that whereas government has discounted up to 60% under the RBF program for the productive use of energy, you find that farmers still have a constraint in terms of raising the 40% contribution that they have to make. Under the RBF program, we have many technologies that are being supported. We support solar irrigation for the farmers. We support refrigeration, both on-grid and off-grid refrigeration. We support maize milling, both on-grid and off-grid. And also we support solar water heaters. The solar water heaters may not be so much for the farmers, but those that are engaged in hotels and that kind of thing. But you do realize that for someone to buy even a pump that will not do a very big acreage, if you tell them to raise the 40% contribution, it's still high for our farmers. From the graph that they showed us, as the figure goes up, the willingness to pay also goes down. So that's a big barrier for the farmers. And one of the things that we are looking at with that barrier is that some of the energy service companies, these are the companies that are selling the technologies, some of them already have pay-as-you-go schemes. So whereby the government will pay the 60, then the customer is able to take the product and then pay over time the remaining 40% in installments to the company. We also have another program called the Credit Support Facility. With the Credit Support Facility, we've sent money to the financial institutions. We have about 11 financial institutions signed up right now, from the commercial banks up to the SACCOs, and these are then able to own lend to the customers at a reduced fee. There's a cap on the interest, and if you go to your bank, you'll find that this is lower than the usual. So that is then supposed to address that affordability gap. There's also an issue around information awareness, again, which came through in the study. When you go to the field, you will introduce yourself that I'm here, I'm working on this project. Sometimes you find that even the person who has benefited is not aware that they were beneficiary of a government program. So there's a lot in terms of awareness. Unfortunately, when I think the budgets are being made, not so much is put under marketing. And maybe in a program like this one, the anticipation is that the marketing will be done by the energy service companies themselves, the partners, once they receive the grants. So you find that there's limited awareness with the farmers around what financing opportunities are available. We have money in the banks, in the SACCOs, in the smaller institutions, but the awareness again is limited. You find that also the farmers are not aware of the government subsidy that is there. And also you find that sometimes even what technologies are suitable for them, that awareness is not there. Then again, it's sort of related to affordability, but the access to finance, which we've tried to address with the credit support facility. Then sometimes with, again, the smallholder farmers, you find that they may have issues around after-sales service, around maintenance and technical support, and especially in the rural areas where they are far from the urban centers, where these energy service companies tend to want to operate. Now with that, under the program, there's an incentive which has been given to the energy service companies for them to, for any sale that they make outside Kampala, carries an additional incentive for the company to motivate them to move out. But also you find that for hard to reach areas like Karamoja, islands, there's an additional incentive that has been given on the supply side, which the ESCO is able to claim from us. The way also that the ESCO incentive is paid is that for those that operate in the hard to reach area, we retain half of that incentive for them, and they can only claim it once they are able to confirm that 12 months after operation, they are able to, they're still there. So we don't want them to sell and then run away. Then another barrier has been around viable income generating activities. And I think the professor who opened the panel discussion mentioned this, that really the productive use of energy has to be in viable income generating activities. And under the program, it's such that we can finance the smaller systems, but even larger systems. Last month I visited a few cooperative societies that had taken advantage of the credit support facility in the banks, and they had moved from generator and they had done solar, let me call them solar, they are microgrids. So they have done solar plants financed by one of the financial institutions, and now they have moved from powering their cooling plants to using solar to cool the milk. And one of the cooperatives I visited actually said they're generating a lot of power from the solar micro plant, and now they're exploring what more can they do. Can they supply to a few of the shops that they have? But I think Professor has tickled us. If we move people towards working in cooperatives and getting the larger systems, then they are able to do more.
Yeah.
So we are also, to address some of the barriers, we are looking at strengthening the partnerships between the participating financial institutions and then the energy service companies, because you find that the energy service companies have the product, have the customers, the financial institutions have the money that we've given them, but at times they're not speaking to each other. So at the time of signing the agreement, we require that each financial institution has signed a memorandum of understanding with at least 2 energy service companies under each of the technologies. That is off-grid solar, productive use of energy, and then clean cooking solutions. Also partly to address some of the shortcomings, for example, information. We've supported the ESCOs to participate in trade exhibitions, and some of those that we've supported, there was an exhibition in Soroti in March. We did support some of the companies we had with us to go there and be able to exhibit. There was a trade show in Jinja, that's for agriculture. Again, we supported some of the energy service companies to be able to go there and exhibit. We've also supported the companies to participate in the CBS POSA trade fair, and we also plan to do more activations really to address that barrier of information. And you'll find that, as the researchers have pointed out, that many times when you go out there and demonstrate the technologies, farmers are able to learn, and then there are those that are even able to buy. We've had instances where when an energy service company has gone for an exhibition, they sell all the stock they have, but that is mainly for the OGS, which is a bit cheaper. For the PUE, someone needs time to understand and make a decision.
So on that point of the information, and I think that's what also the study found out, and they recommended the need to have the community service centers and information dissemination. So from your experience and what you do, what do you envisage that these dissemination centers, service centers can be of help in our work?
Thank you very much. I think the service centers as presented in the research can be a big help. And I would say that probably in some of the districts, some of the agriculture officers and the people responsible for production are more or less have tried out a model of the sort. There's an energy service company that came to us and was requesting to be enrolled onto the program, and they had a very long list of customers whom they said were ready to actually come on board. And one of the questions that we had in our head is how have they generated such a long list? And in interacting with this energy service company, we found out that they were using the sessions that the people at the district would hold, where they call farmers together to educate them on different technologies, on different methods. They would use that opportunity to write down the farmers. So I think this is more or less an extension of that. I would say that's a proof that if you bring people together, share with them information, it works. So the service centers, I would envisage, have a role to play in the promotion of productive use of energy. One, I would think they're a very good channel for dissemination of information, and they would allow the communities to see the technologies firsthand, how they work.
Okay.
You know, sometimes we also sit in the boardrooms and make the decisions, but you've not seen the technology at work. But when you go down and you see that this thing actually works, your mindset changes a bit. So if I think those service centers would offer that opportunity for you to pass on the information and then awareness. They also do play a role in terms of enabling the farmers to understand what opportunities are there. Once they're aware of the technologies, what opportunities are there for financing, the subsidy programs. They would also provide an opportunity for technical support, maintenance. But also you'll find that our colleagues who are in business, Musa Bode, Sun Culture, they will tell you they cannot travel to Kaberamaido for one customer.
Yeah.
But now, such a service center provides an opportunity for you to aggregate demand. That maybe when he comes, he knows on that day he's going to meet about 20 prospects. Of the 20, if he can get 5, then that's good. It's an interesting concept because, you know, information does not travel one side. In that service center, probably if you have the farmers together, they will also tell you that maybe you've brought this technology which you thought of in the boardroom, but that's not what we want. So probably they provide an opportunity also to hear back from the farmer. So I think it's an interesting concept.
Yeah, so thank you, and we continue to commend the research team for this idea, as you have heard, I think. And also, us also it can be of use for us to showcase what we do, where to get this credit, because still up to now, some people don't know how do you access the UE Triple C services. So now I want to turn to Musa Bode. As we know, Musa Bode has been here for quite a long period of time, since 1950s. 1950s, almost late 50s there. When I look here in the room, we may be very few of that age. So, and you have been hearing, you have heard from the farmer, you have heard from the academia, you have heard from government. So what prevents, from your view, having been in this market for a long period, what prevents farmers from coming for your products?
Thank you very much for that. I think one of the reasons, because we have been handling with farmers, individual customers, and also I think one of the reasons that are preventing farmers from coming for our products, I'll take it since we're in a project type of setting, I'll take it if we are under a project. So one of the reasons why farmers are finding it difficult to work with us or work with the project is technology mismatch. Most of the projects are providing these machines to the farmers, but they want the farmers to adapt to these machines, yet we have to get these machines in a way that the farmers already are into them. Like sometime we were handling a project with UBF, and they were supplying these farmers with honey extractors. But then these honey extractors were using advanced beehives, but the farmers on ground had local beehives. So when we took these machines to the farmers, they're like, we can't use that. So you find that 6 months this machine is seated.
I do.
The government has invested, we have totes, but it's not compatible with these farmers. So I advise the researchers that yes, we want to provide these farmers with a solution, but we should ensure this solution is compatible to the farmers' methods. So my second one is to the farmers. The farmers lack ownership. You see, one thing with us Ugandans or us people is that when something is given to me for free, leave it there. It's okay, you understand. But if I've invested my money, I can't leave that machine in the rain. But if I haven't invested my money, it's in the rain. Government will fix it. You're forgetting that this machine is helping you to make your work easy. So these farmers lack ownership. And when you lack ownership of something, you can't take care of it the way something would be yours. Yes, so that is why most of the times we encourage co-financing. Farmer, bring 40, you bring 60, so that you also feel like you put something on that machine. These incidents, we face them most of the times. You go on site, these farmers raise complaints. You go on site and the issue is very small. Maybe there is no bolt there. And the farmer would actually get someone nearby to just put a bolt and they work. But they are seated for 6 months because they want Musabodi to come from town and fix that small issue. Yeah, and I think my last point would be, training. As the suppliers or as the people that are installing these machines, we're supposed to train these farmers because these farmers are lay people. Some of them don't even know English, some of them don't know how to use these machines. So we're supposed to train them how to use these machines. Like, yes, put the maize here, put the maize there, do this and do that. Train them. Even simple service, like there is oil change, greasing these machines, you teach them those simple things so that it can help them to actually work effectively.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think she deserves a hand clap. She has really mentioned some great issues. Sometimes we see it design in our head, then we take something there. I think that is a big lesson, and that's why I want to thank Dr. Aisha and your team for having worked together with the farmers to see what works for them. What we are calling here, Kira keeps talking of the locally made solutions. We should start from what we have. So what do you think should be done?
Thank you very much. What I think should be done is, first of all, we should make this technology that we are all thinking about financially accessible with these farmers. I think that's what Professor was also talking about. Is it cost efficient? Because no one is going to purchase these machines if they are way above their cost production. Secondly, as people, we believe by seeing. So I think we should have demonstration farms. So these farmers go see, oh, that farmer is using irrigation, they're using a solar-powered. I think if Professor also went to a farm when they're using this solar-powered maize sheller, he would believe that it can give him 1 ton per hour. So I think demonstration farms would be very efficient to encourage farmers to do that. Secondly is to strengthen the technical support. I believe if we want to scale solar technology, we must also scale the humans or the people that are going to work to install these solar technologies. So we should invest in these research projects that we won't just bring the solar upon the people. We need to feel it. We need to be part of it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think another hand clap. See, we need technicians, people having problems, the solar has an issue, and that we believe by seeing. You have heard of scenarios that when power goes in your house, you have to first move outside to see. Also the neighbor, then you believe. So I think we really need to have where we can go and see really it is working, like what the clean cooking people have been doing. Test cooking and then someone sees there is no smoke, there is my injala have remained the way they are. Next you'll find somebody is using that. So thank you so much. Now I want to come back to you, Nick, before I go to the plenary. I don't know who is going to be moving the microphone. Do you think, Dr. Kirimani, do you think we have the local capacities for some of these issues? Or what can we do?
Thank you, moderator. The issue of local capacity. So one, local capacity needs to be built because solar innovations are foreign. And the proliferation of those interventions is only increasing with the realization that we need economic activity, and in this case agriculture, to go on sustainably. So you can't afford to plant and lose the cycle. You can't afford to, and now with the commercialization and all these other interventions to to move away from pure subsistence farming, smallholder agriculture. Because we have smallholders, but the scale of production has increased with time. So the interventions like the measure and all these other things become very critical now. The capacity needs to be built. But when we talk about the solar energy, which is technically is a photovoltaic, is we don't need to build capacity around the entire thing. So the best thing about how to efficiently go about things is to find the easier things to deal with first. So we may not massively go into investing, for example, in the production and manufacture of solar panels or solar pumps, but there are other opportunities for local expertise to be built, and then it is through that learning by doing that we later learn and invest into building more capacities in order for us to colonize the entire ecosystem around, if we take solar irrigation. Opportunities include, for example, water resource surveying and pump system designs. The Musa Bode representative here talked about, putting things without considering the needs of the farmer. So if you design a product based on needs assessment, then you be sure that this thing is going to be useful to the recipient. Otherwise, if they find the user experience is not accounted for, the equipment lies around, and those who do the monitoring and evaluation have these reports and experiences where expensive equipment was procured supposedly to help the people, and it's lying, it's in the rain, it's in the dust, it's everywhere. Some of it didn't even work from day one. So opportunities to design things according to our local environment. Because remember, the way agriculture is practiced in different parts of the world is not the same.
Yeah.
So the more context specific the design is, for an intervention, the more effective is going to be and the more useful is going to be on delivering on the objectives. That is one. Two, the opportunities, for example, to train people to repair these things, like boreholes, reservoirs, and distribution networks. Again, the Musa Bode representative, from their experience, because they are heavily involved in this, tells you that a nut or bolt will go missing or will get unscrewed and somehow it gets lost. So as people see it's becoming loose and they continue to use the equipment. So if you don't have, and then, for example, in our project on solar irrigation, there is a question in the instrument where we ask, how near is the technical support you need to sustainably use this equipment? The people we can go to are at the district level, and the country is rural. So if you don't have technicians in the vicinity to try and come in handy, something as easy as a loose nut, a loose bolt, can result in the malfunctioning and ruining of a very expensive piece of equipment. So there is that opportunity for local content for the technicians to handle those tiny things. There is also, related to that, is being able to fabricate things, and that is with respect to making the design of this equipment context specific, the installation, maintenance and repair, then there is monitoring.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is on, for example, the extension workers. I don't know if we have somebody here from the Ministry of Agriculture.
Yeah, it's going to talk.
They will talk. We are waiting for them. So, the things around extension support, because we have this, but then we need to have technical people within that realm, because this is productive use of energy, but it goes around the ecosystem. Okay? You've given me equipment to irrigate, but am I going to plant anything, anyhow, anywhere, and any crop, and we expect that it's going, because the goal of this is to improve incomes and livelihoods of our people. It doesn't go beyond anything from that. So the agriculture extensions side also has to come in handy. For example, we had a brief chat during the break with my chair and the gentleman I don't see here, who is involved in this solar irrigation. And said, so the equipment will be there, but are you going to plant anything because you have the equipment and you think it's going to be useful? And he was enumerating a list of things which, even if you have water, you're not going to gain much from it. So productive use of energy in that case has to be targeted, and also the information provided to these farmers. And then the other thing around the ecosystem is the warehousing and the spare parts distribution. So we may not be producing this solar irrigation equipment, but there are opportunities to gain experience and support by having, for example, places, stores where these farmers can go and buy these things in the neighborhood. Somebody should not leave some up-country place to come all the way to the urban center, which is normally a long distance away, because this also adds a burden, because these are small holders, the incomes are not as much, and then you want to extend support to them. So they don't have enough resources lying around to try and be able to plug this. So that's why in many of the studies that we do on the interventions like this, there is almost literally self-selection, in that those who have are the ones who get added on. Okay? So it's the well-to-do farmers who take advantage of this because they have resources. Now, in the absence of systems that support to alleviate the burden around the use of these interventions, you find everything is falling on the wayside. But amidst all that, a lot of resources have been spent.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nick. I will come back to you when you will be giving your closing remarks, where will this effort you have been talking in the low carbon energy ecosystem, whether it is truncated at only usage of imported PVs, or we can actually locally have these PVs. But keep that, we shall come after hearing from the audience. So now, audience, I want to, where's the microphone? Yeah, you take the microphone to the representative from Minister of Agriculture, Maif. Then we shall go to the Wakiso district, Sebaganzi. In that order. We have 2 minutes. Yes, Maif.
I remember, thank you so much, the moderator, and thank you, the participants, the presenters, and the initiator of this discussion. For those who came late, and by the name's Jennifer Oyuru, we are here from Maif, a team from Maif. But getting back to one of the questions on taxes, I didn't pick well because it was in Uganda. But I want to say that all the agricultural commodities, machineries. The policy designed a tax which helps to support the development of those machineries and also so that the farmers can access them. So most of the taxes, or all of them, are really at zero tax. Apart from only a tax, especially the import taxes, and then the value-added tax, it is always at zero. But the only thing we realized of recent is that they were taxing the tarpaulins, or which the suppliers also raised a complaint and have written so that they can be exempted from those. So for all the taxes on agricultural commodities or inputs, they are at zero level. Coming back to the issue of extension services, maybe extension, as somebody mentioned that they are waiting to hear, I want to ask in this house, how many DPOs are here in this house, district production officers? And senior agricultural engineers, how many are you in this house? This is the answer. This is the answer. So we researchers, we development partners, we stakeholders, we normally do things hoping that we know, or we do it because the other people will just pick it from the blue and they do it. Just look from this house, there is no district production officer, and you're saying we are waiting from extension workers. And those are the people who translates or who transform or who takes the information which you are discussing from this house to the last mile person whom you are talking of. They are the ones, but you didn't invite them at all to come for this policy discussion. None of them is here, and you were in Mutiana, Mubende, Kasanda, wherever, Luero. But Nakaseke, none of them is in this house. So you tell me, who is going to take the information back home? Is it the commissioner from this point? The thing starts from the grassroots. If we want to transform this country, please, let's work as a team. But if we think we are working as individuals, or we are working as people who want to be heard, and we get down at the other branch of the transformation, then we shall remain wherever we are forever and ever. Amen. That is one. Yeah, that is what we should really realize, to be honest. We are talking of the last mile person, and we have structures of government which speaks up to the last mile person. But when it comes to other things, we don't include them. A case in point, this project is really very good, all this research work. It's a very good research. It's a very good initiative, but I don't know who from the word go came for this meeting. I don't know, I can't say. But for me, as in me, and who links the ministry with the last mile person with the district structure, it is my first time. I'm coming now to hear about the findings, to get to understand about the findings. So those are the issues we're having in this country. So we need to see how to try to address them if we are to move as a team, and yet all our goals are one. To ensure that we support the other person, to improve on his life, to improve on everything.
Yep.
Coming back, I have a question to the developers or to the manufacturers. She very well mentioned that at times there are small issues. So what do they normally plan as developers or manufacturers in relation to troubleshooting of those field equipments? Because for them, they just manufacture, and somebody should come and procure. Do they do follow-ups? Do they evaluate the functionality? How are they functioning? Do they really act maybe within a period, maybe after buying, I can monitor this thing of mine for like 2 or 3 months or a year to see the functionality? Thank you. If anyone has anything between you, the engineer is here, you please.
So we have the engineer,
I'm
please.
from Maifu, Makume Stephen. I'm a Principal Agriculture Extension and Skills Management Officer, so to say a trainer. And we have a whole array of extension officers spread across the land. So my senior assistant commissioner have made that observation that we are conspicuously missing at the level of representation of district production officers and the senior agriculture engineers is a lacuna that we must have to address. I'm making another observation that relates to partnerships. When I read those posters, I saw College of Business and Management Studies. And I must believe that this university has said that, including the course of training agricultural engineers, much as I'm not aware of the training background of Engineer Javira. But even if he was trained in that, aspect, he is not representative of the shades, especially at the entry level of training. So there, it appears there is no partnership within the university itself. And I know it has been a disease in this great university. Then second to that, sir, Engineer Kiza brought out a very important aspect. That is, as much as we work towards addressing irrigation and the lack of irrigation effects, he was able to bring in what we call climate smart interventions, what we call TIMPs, technologies, innovations, and management practices. It makes no point to irrigate a field and the water evaporates as soon as you have sprinkled the water, given that we are astride the equator and the evaporatory rates are high at any single minute, at any single hour. So we have to incorporate. Another lacuna I was able to observe, you seem to have the entry points at the level of irrigation and value addition. For as long as you don't concentrate so much on the production end, then we are missing the whole agenda and scheme of making agriculture useful. Then I saw you have community service centers vis-a-vis the mechanization centers. As my commissioner was able to say, I'm representing the Commission of Agriculture Extension, Dr. Nakaret Henry. Yeah. She is representing herself by occupying the high echelon, high level of the department hierarchy. This young man is representing the commissioner of the Department of Agriculture Extension, rather agriculture, engineering and infrastructure and water for production. I don't know how much you engaged them in the 3 years of operation, because we were not briefed about all this exercise. So to say, we are being invited at the last hour, and we appear in your presentations to have been part of your wider partnership. So please involve us and involve our staff that we supervise at the districts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you may need to repeat this exercise. I thank you very much.
Yeah, the good thing, we really do provide a lot of funds for agriculture. So we need to tap on some of those funds to do some of this. But thank you so much, Maif. We work with Maif oftenly as EFD, especially you said is representing the Commissioner Infrastructure. We have worked with him really. He keeps sending us his younger people. EFD, we have trained the extension workers. We have moved across training them. But next time I think we shall look for the engineers. But also, as you know, engineers nowadays the engineers nowadays are hiding somehow. But Javira is a well-trained engineer. But thank you so much. Now let's hear from the local government.
Excuse
Madam
me. Excuse me. I think the same also applies with the Ministry of Water and Environment. Whatever you have discussed applies to us. And I think also Ministry of Water should be consulted on so many of these aspects. Aspects of climate change, irrigation, and green energy. I can say that we have not been involved, and yet we are supposed to be partial of these things.
Yeah, thank you so much, Queen. We work closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment. but it is big. So even within the department and closely with the climate, the Department of Climate Change and Carbon. Carbon is something now I think you added. Carbon trade, yeah. I know your management changed recently, but we work closely. But we shall improve. We shall improve to ensure that the ecosystem is really well balanced. Thank you so much. We take it in good faith. Local government.
All protocols observed. The engineer is at work now. I am rather tall, and I think my voice is loud enough. Thank you so much, moderators. I love the one who has exited in 1956 and has really challenged us productively. Thank you. And I would love to love my brother, Professor Matovu, for the trigger that you put for us. When is this productively utilized? I wanted to start with, I don't know, my head is really, by the way, I'm Rebecca Savaganze, sorry. I'm the District Natural Resources Officer, Wakiso. And so many things in my head. One, you started that you have evidence for policy decisions. That's very good. And then I was asking my queen here from ministry. They were saying NDCs, they don't have data. So the academias are here having data. So we are challenging ourselves to do better as a nation. They are producing data, but commissioners say climate change department recently, and he's also agreeing, they were saying there is no data. So the data is here in the university. So for policy decisions, I'm just stopping there. I hope my point is there and you have carried it on. Honorable Minister, let me stand up. Why are you laughing? I'm only humbly saying, and I'm learning to speak very gently. We are the highest, I'm representing local governments, by the way. In the structures of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we do not have energy officers in the local governments. And we are here studying to see productive use of solar, which is a resource that God has happily given us and we have not utilized. I'll stop at that. I had whispered to him, but I have to share it with the entire group. Secondly, as a District Natural Resources Officer, Wakiso, we are so constrained with all the waste that we are generating from here. It might end up in Wakiso. I'm not sure, but most probably so. We are promoting solar. Have we planned for the management of its extended life, shelf life, and where it is going to end? And also leaving that at that. You asked, when are we using it most productively? So are we extending the shelf life? I've stopped at that. Now back to local governments. Yes, I'm a District Natural Resources Officer. We have NDP4, which is encouraging us to work together. With maximum respect, the senior engineers have come on board after the UGIFT irrigation program. They were not there before. And I think it's been a struggle to get agriculture engineers in the districts. Maybe it has improved, but it has been lacking. But they're only, I'm going to use a word for lack of a better word, myopically looking at that project. Because the other options, I have a bit of background, I'll not say my lower degree, but there are other means of irrigation, but we are only looking at solar. Why are we, I've stopped there, my point is there. Then when we look at the tail end, we have a value chain. Have we opened up the land in an efficient manner? People manage hectares and hectares just out of the machinery they're using. We have ended up with a tail end. She challenged us, is this what the farmer needs? By the way, I'm also a farmer in the same vein as Professor Bale. I am not there. I have sunk the well. I'm in the Ministry of Environment. I don't even have a permit. And the water is not there properly. But this Kadeide told me the water is here. And I don't have the machine to pull there. When I asked the agricultural person from Wakiso to come to my place, he instead took it to the neighbor and not to my place. So we need to go along the value chain if we are to produce this. People have produced maize, but where is the market? Where are the subsidies? What value are we adding as parish development model? You go to Kamwenge, they are all having goats. And if it is a market for goats in the UAE, they'll have the volumes and numbers they need. Why in this isolated manner? Agriculture Extension Project. Any of you know that? What? Huh? It was there in those years, Agriculture Extension. We used to work in AEP. People used to work together. But what happened to those groups? I'm cutting short, I don't want to talk a lot. Now we have OWC. A soldier brings fruits, the varieties they don't even know, and they just place them there. And then people say, this coffee, government, and it dies there. But this group pressure is what we should apply to these machines so that that machine cannot stay. I think it was you who challenged us. Why should I buy it when I have just 1 acre of maize field? Is it productive? Is it meaningful? Is it logical? I've stopped there. We are all human beings. Who knows whether I have an ear problem? Any of you? Do you know whether I have an ear problem? Does any of you know whether I'm hungry? Why do we... Why are you laughing? The rain had stopped you from coming back, and now you're laughing. People, why... now I'm not laughing. You take me off. Why do we expect that these extension officers are going to come looking for... Where is your farm? Do I even know? Do I know what you have planned to seed? It is you to feel the need and come and look for the doctor who is the extension worker. In the groups, because the doctor doesn't have the vehicle to come to you individually. Have I made a point? Come again? Yeah, let's demand for these services. What else did I have to say? I didn't want to speak a lot, but the NDP 4 is expecting us to work. Telling you the truth, we are still individuals. At the district local government, when I talk to the engineer, can we go with the same vehicle to the road so that I talk to the road designs and then this one does this? We are still individuals. Academias, Mr. Kagwa is not here. I actually called him because I expected him to be here. Me, I'm here as local government, natural resources. But this NDP4 ought to put us together so that we do this integrated approach to development issues, but we are still operating in isolation. As our policy briefs are going on into Parliament, we need to make sure that if it is PDM, let it be holistic. PDM should choose whether we want a small tractor or a manageable tractor, because some places we have stumps of trees. What machines? I saw them somewhere. There was a screen that Musa Kabode could do.
Musa Bode.
Musa Bode would... I'm sorry. Musa Bode would invent for us, and we shall use it as a parish with our local leaders being in charge to look after it, other than this isolated approach that you are doing things. So PDM should be doing that the way maybe UAP used to do it, and we should know what to do. The market is something that will trigger a farmer to produce. Because when there is a market, Moringa, Banai people sang Moringa. Where did it end? It is the market that was driving us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The local government mentions a point that we need to look for the extension service. Yeah, I saw people were, maybe they were trying. I don't know where Dr. Louisa is. I saw extension should look for the farmer. And I think that's what it means. I don't know. And we thank the government of Uganda recently increased the salaries for extension workers, their science. We need to go result based. One time I was in a conference training extension workers. They almost threw me away over that point. But our media team check for me whether we have Professor Amin online. Let me go to civil society. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much, my sister Rebecca. My name is Robert Turiachira. I'm the executive director at Agnet. I'm a member of civil society. I will speak to 2 issues. One, the issue that she talked about the issue of data gaps in NDC. I happen to be a member of the working group on NDC. It is true that we are transitioning from NDC 2.0 to NDC 3.0. And truth of the matter is that we are trying to evaluate the performance of NDC 2.0, and there were lots of data gaps. But the good thing that recently the EFD did very good work in natural capital accounts policy briefs. They are going to help us in bridging that data gap in the NDC 3.0 as we do the
Please clap for us.
Yes. Thank you so much. And in that vein, allow me to add my voice saluting the research team that did an incredible job. I've been looking through the policy brief. It's a very good instrument that all of us in the room should be able to probably lobby that this should be scaled up to other areas. I have personally been, last month I was in Karamoja. I can tell you, colleagues, when you go on the ground, that is when you really feel the realities and the challenges that are really our people are facing. You know, in fact, in Karamoja, for them, when you talk about the things of irrigation and what they say, no, please give us the money, because people are starving. Most of them, they prefer to be given food directly, not even to practice. You could just look at the entire area when it is completely dry. So it's a very big challenge, and indeed, I'm happy that all of us agree the time has come for us to mainstream climate smart agriculture across the country. Finally, mzee nsaba kubuzaako ku nsonga, I can speak in Uganda. Kuli kawesebo kuva musaza lya Ssaabasajja eryebwekola Emityana Mubende. Ensonga y'abavubuka tusobola tutya okulaba nga abavubuka ab'omulembe omutebi tubasoosowaza okwagala nnyo ensonga z'ebyobulimi, kubanga Professor Bali yatugambye nti abavubuka tuyina basinga obungi era ne bwalaba mweno olumu abavubuka bangi. Kyokka tulaba nti kati mwe bamuzeeyi, mwe bataate, mwe bajjajja, mwe abali mu byobulimi, abavubuka tebaagala genda mu byobulimi. Tukole ki okulaba nga tubasikiriza benyigire butereevu mu byobulimi. N'ensonga y'abannakyewa, omukulu nampadde omukisa kubanga nze nyina ekitongole kya nakyewa, tusobola tutya okulaba nga tubayambako okulaba nti gavumenti eri mukola omulimu, kyokka gavumenti yokka tesobola kumala, naffe bannakyewa tusobola okwenyigira mu butereevu tusobola okubayamba. Butya tusobola okubayamba mwe abakozesebwa nnyo naddala enkyukakyuka y'obudde mu byobulimi. Tuyanzege.
Thank you, civil society. I want to give an opportunity to use any use. So I see two, but let me give. Yeah, please, a minute, and then we shall wind up. Let's the conversation continue, and we shall keep having more of this.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Damrila Swaib, former student here, awaiting for graduation. First of all, I want to acknowledge and credit my doctors for this clean energy for development. It is actually very feasible to our economy. First of all, the farmers, as the figures indicated, their average incomes range around 200. So if you can apply solar to them, that is very feasible. But I come from Gomba, and I'm talking on behalf of the youth. I actually formed a company relating to the youth. I am a culprit of being caned for watering coffee when I was still young. We used to use these plastic bottles. You just turn it upside down and pour water to coffee for irrigation. Then the water source was miles away from the garden, and we used to use bicycles and jerry cans using our manual labor. Now I want to question
Handle the microphone.
So I'm questioning the means of water, because in my village, deep down, humans, cattle, and plants share the same water source, and the water source is just rain-fed. So when the dams are empty, no irrigation, no water, and then no irrigating. So I wonder whether the ministry does not reach far ends that side, but we don't have water sources. And I want to question this conference and researchers, my designated doctors. How much does it cost to construct a water source? Because it is very expensive. Supplying irrigation materials without a water source could seem very ambitious because people don't have water sources. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the youth. Now, maybe a minute to the Minister of Gender. You know, some of these things we have been talking about, somehow they go to gender. Yes, Minister of Gender, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, EFD, and thank you everyone for coming through. My name is Isaac Rubagumya. I coordinate the Green Jobs and Just Transition Program from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. It's a pleasure to have such discussions, and I appreciate EFD that you trigger such discussions. I had a similar question on the scope, but when you came through to present on the study area, I know, okay, it was pertinent, like they went to Chegegwa and all of that scope areas. But one of the key things that maybe I can speak to, maybe I should start with a key to show my relevance in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, as we had the bottle, you see how I put my cover, you know when you open the Rwenzori bottle, usually there is this that gets away. So it's a good practice that usually, you know, put this and you're able to store it, you know, under this cover. So ladies and gentlemen, such are practices that we really sometimes leave not noticed. But when we see an effort like from ESD to disseminate such findings, bringing us together, already we see that the efforts we are working towards the green transition are materializing. Ladies and gentlemen, we leverage on such partnerships with such stakeholders that come out, but that doesn't go unnoticed to say we thank you for calling us to disseminate such findings that have come through. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister of Gender, for that summary. Thank you all, for all these great insights. The key things coming from here is let's work together as a value chain, and I think that's why we moved to programmatic planning approach in our NDP4. Now maybe we should also start looking at programmatic financing, so that because the budgets are still in sectors. Now let me turn back to my panel. I give you 1 minute. We really don't have time. Professor Amin from University of Cape Town is online. Will give us closing remarks and close this workshop officially. So 1 minute. Let me start with Musa Bode.
Thank you. To close, my closing remarks is that I want to tell the researchers, the EFD, whoever is in this project, that success of this project, let us not determine it by how many machines are we supplying to which supplier. Let us determine it by how many machines are working for the farmers after years. How many machines are working? Even though there are 5, even though there are 2, let's be different from other projects that we have worked on. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You bring a very big issue. I see Dr. Waviga here, and I think that is our concept of nononome. Nononome. We have to look at what is this thing doing, not how many we have sold.
Webale nnyo ssebo, kusooka ngenda kusooka kwanuka kibuuzo kya mukulu oli. Abavubuka mu Greater Mubende tebalinganga bw'obadde olowooza olw'okulaba nze omukadde azze wano. Bayina emisiri gy'emmwanyi okuva ku yiika emu. Kale ayina akatono akoma ku yiika etya? Greater Mubende. Mubende, Kiboga, Mityana, Kyankwanzi ne Kasanda. Ako ekyo kikakasa. Akakuba Nakyewa. Yes, bw'onooba ozze olabika ojja kuttaanyaako buttaanya kubanga bamanyi ekyokukola.
Wow. Tweyanziza mwebale enjiri. UECCC?
Thank you very much. I think there are lots of insights to take away from this research and also from this policy conference. We'll study them further, the recommendations along with our parents, MEMD and other stakeholders, then see how they can feed into future programming.
Yeah, thank you so much. And to you, Dr. Nick, and don't forget the other thing as you close.
As I close,
sorry.
As I wind up my bit. Yeah, so the pending thing you had asked me to talk about was on is the solar intervention only truncated that does it stop other equipment? No, there are opportunities. So if we import this equipment, and then there are innovations by our creative people, Musa Bode since 1956. I don't know if there is any Ugandan thing that has existed that long. I don't know. Maybe Uganda Waraji or something like that. So you've been at the practice for long, and for that we commend you. So we import this equipment, but this equipment, so the solar intervention is a full industry. So because of that, there are opportunities for us to exploit by taking care of, so you do first things first, you do the easier things first, so then you have room to learn. Yeah. And one of the things we talked about is training our youth. Are we going to only exploit the youth dividend in certain aspects? The youth dividend runs circle. So the youth dividend talk is about productively engaging the youth in things that improve their livelihoods and the livelihoods of the society in which they live. So training of the youth to try and handle some of, for example, the servicing of this equipment. That is important. There is also other things around the ecosystem. Like I talked about the water surveying. You see the water, your experience, the water is plenty, where will it go? No, the water is only in plenty depending on the rate at which it's abstracted. If it's going to be used in a way that is not measured, it's going to get used up. So all those opportunities are around this productive use of energy in solar. There is issues of installation. If we have technical qualified people spread around, then that can be very, very, very helpful. And then also the refurbishment of that equipment. So the other things to benefit from the clean energy wave is for us to have other things. For example, financing.
Yep.
Financing is one of the issues. The equipment is there. The farmers are smallholder. They may not have enough resources. So we can have these other interventions to support and also benefit from this wave. The things about the Ministry of Agriculture, agronomy is also important, and also increasing the life cycle of this equipment, because if it's not taken care of, then it breaks down, resources are wasted. But if we have the infrastructure to support it, then that pushes the life of the equipment. It becomes useful for much longer.
Yeah. I think let's clap for Dr. Nick. He still has so many issues, and more of this we shall really stay at them. Thank you so much. Another hand clap for my panel. And the key things that have come up here, really many. We need to do proper stakeholder. We need to work. You know, when you talk about water, Ministry of Water and Environment. You are talking about agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture. And then energy. They have to provide the energy and all that. Minister of Finance to provide the funds. So you can see we have to work together. The researchers, even the innovators should work together with farmers. And let's not judge by how many machines we have, but how are they helping our farmers to have more output and profits. Let me invite my panel for a photo as we clap for them. Thank you so much for really enabling us to understand these issues. As we go for photo, the media team bring for us Professor Amin Karim. Continue appreciating our audience for being such a good audience. And to close up this National Policy Conference, I want to thank our funders, IDRC, PEP, EFD, our researchers, Professor Bale, Dr. Aisa Nanyiti, Louisa Florence, research assistants, and everybody. Thank you so much for coming. So to close up this workshop, we have Professor Amin Karim. Oh, I'm told I'm being corrected. Professor Martin. Why is that? Visa. Yes, Professor. These are our senior colleagues in the Environment for Development Network. Professor Martin. Are we able to get the professor online? Professor, are you hearing us? Can unmute? Okay, I've been told the professor is not online. So, online? And then don't go away before you take lunch. Yes, Professor, I can hear you. Yep.
Oh, fantastic. Sorry, there was a muting problem. Thank you very much. I just want to take this opportunity to speak to each of you who's been here for the workshop today. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to offer these closing remarks at the end of what's been a very engaging and productive conference. On behalf of the Environment for Development, just a sec. On behalf of the Environment for Development, EFD South Africa, let me begin by thanking Makerere University, the Cedca research team, our partners, policymakers, researchers, development partners, private sector representatives, and everyone who's contributed to today's discussions. The value of a conference such as this goes beyond bringing people together. Its real value, just a sec, sorry, I've got a bit of interference here. Need to just give me a sec, sorry. All right. So the value of a conference such as this goes beyond bringing people together. Its real value lies in creating a space where research evidence, policy priorities, and practical experience come together to inform action. And I believe today's discussion have achieved exactly that. Clean energy as a development and agricultural transformation agenda should be seen from that perspective. And so the central message I take from today's conference is clear. Uganda's clean energy transition is not simply an energy challenge. Sorry, colleagues, there's somebody desperately trying to get hold of me. I just need to take my phone off. The central message from today's conference is that Uganda's clear energy transition is not simply an energy challenge. It's fundamentally a development challenge. And given the importance of agriculture to Uganda's economy and livelihoods, it's also an agricultural transformation challenge. When we talk about clean energy for development, therefore, we need to think beyond electricity connections or the availability of technologies. We must ask, what is access to clean energy and what enables people to access it? For agriculture, this means asking whether a farmer can use solar energy to irrigate throughout the year rather than depend entirely on increasingly uncertain rainfall. Can clean energy reduce post-harvest losses, support value addition, or enable rural enterprises to create new businesses and employment? Ultimately, the important question is whether clean energy contributes to higher agricultural productivity, greater climate resilience, more employment, higher incomes, and improved rural livelihoods. So, thinking a little bit about access to adoption and then subsequently to productive use, one important lesson from today's discussion is that providing access to clean energy is only the beginning of this journey. The availability of a technology does not necessarily mean that farmers or enterprises will adopt it, and adoption itself does not guarantee that the technology will be used effectively or at a sufficient scale to transform livelihoods. A farmer may recognize the potential benefit of solar-powered irrigation, but be unable to finance the initial investment. Another farmer may have access to electricity, but then lack the resources to invest in refrigeration, cold storage, and processing equipment. Whereas others may face inadequate information, limited technical skills, unreliable suppliers, also poor maintenance services, or weak access to markets. So our policy discussion must therefore move beyond access to focus equally on adoption and productive use. What we really need to ask is who adopts clean energy technologies, who does not, what determines adoption, what prevents farmers and rural enterprises from adopting, and critically, what happens to productivity, incomes, and livelihoods after adoption. These questions are particularly important for agriculture because clean energy technologies have considerable potential across the agricultural value chain. Solar-powered irrigation specifically and water pumping can reduce dependence on rainfall. And so renewable energy can support drying, milling, cooling, refrigeration, cold storage, and agro-processing. But these benefits will not materialize simply because the technology exists. Farmers and rural enterprises must be able and willing to adopt and use them productively. This requires stronger connections between energy, policy, agricultural policy, climate policy, financial policy, SME development, and also rural development. So in addressing the barriers to adoption, a second important message from today's discussion concerns how we deal with such barriers of adoption. Amongst these, finance remains particularly important. Many productive clean energy technologies require substantial upfront investment, and a solar irrigation system may generate significant benefits over its lifetime. But those future benefits mean little to a smallholder farmer who cannot finance the initial investment. So the same challenge applies to cold storage, refrigeration, and also processing equipment. Increasingly adoption therefore requires financing mechanisms that reflect the realities facing farmers and small businesses. Governments, commercial banks, development finance institutions, and development partners can support instruments such as credit guarantees, concessional finance, leasing arrangements, pay-as-you-go models, and also results-based financing and blended finance. But increasingly, the supply of finance alone will not be sufficient. Agriculture has particular characteristics that financial institutions must recognize. Agricultural incomes are seasonal. Farmers face climate and production risks. Many smallholders lack conventional collateral and formal credit histories. Also, financial products must therefore be better aligned with agricultural production cycles, farmers' cash flows, and the risks inherent in agricultural production. Finance is also only one part of the adoption ecosystem. Information matters. Farmers need to understand what technologies are available and the potential costs and benefits. We know that skills matter. Farmers and rural businesses need the capacity to operate and maintain these technologies. Markets also matter. Increased production generates sustainable benefits only when farmers can sell the additional outputs at reasonable prices. And after-sales services matter, such as farmers that will understandably hesitate to make substantial investment when repairs, spare parts, and technical support are unavailable. Sustainable adoption therefore requires us to consider the entire ecosystem surrounding clean energy technologies, rather than focusing narrowly on the technology itself. In terms of evidence, learning, and scaling, we need to think centrally about today's conference in terms of how have we enabled the provision of evidence. And this is where the Cedca research presented today, I think, is really valuable. Knowing that a technology works technically is not only enough. We also need to understand whether households, farmers, and enterprises will in fact adopt it, and under what conditions they adopt, and whether adoptions ultimately improves productivity, income, resilience, and livelihoods. Research must therefore help to understand not simply whether an intervention works, but why it works, for whom it works, and under what conditions it works. Does information about clean energy technologies increase adoption? Is information sufficient, or must it be combined with access to finance? And does solar-powered irrigation increase agricultural productivity and resilience to climate shocks? Another question might be, does cold storage meaningfully reduce post-harvest losses? And importantly, do these benefits reach smallholder farmers, women, young people, and others who may face greater constraints? These questions are also fundamental to scaling. Scaling should not simply mean distributing more technologies. Sustainable scaling means creating an environment in which farmers and enterprises want to adopt technology, can afford to adopt it, and know how to use it productively, and can maintain it after adoption. That requires finance, information, skills, reliable suppliers, maintenance services, markets, and supportive institutions. It also requires continued learning. An intervention that works in one community may not produce identical outcomes elsewhere. Agricultural systems differ, market conditions differ, and infrastructure and household resources differ. Scaling must therefore be accompanied by monitoring, evaluation, learning, and adaptation. So this brings us to the point where we want to look at the evidence to action. And the title of today's conference, Clean Energy for Development, a call for action, captures precisely where we should go from here. The emphasis must be on action. And the important question is, what happens after we leave this room? For researchers, our responsibility is not only to produce rigorous evidence, but also to communicate that evidence in ways that policymakers and practitioners can use. For government, the challenge is to create an enabling policy environment that connects clean energy with agricultural transformation, rural development, climate resilience, and employment creation. Then for financial institutions, there's an opportunity to develop innovative and appropriate financial products that enable farmers and rural enterprises to invest in clean energy technologies. For development partners, there's an important role in reducing risk, supporting experimentation and innovation, strengthening capacity, and helping successful interventions to reach scale. And then for the private sector, there are significant opportunities to develop affordable technologies, viable business models, effective distribution networks, and reliable after-sales services. And throughout this process, farmers and rural communities must remain at the center. Technologies and programs are much more likely to succeed when they respond to the actual needs, constraints, and opportunities of the people expected to use them. No single actor can deliver this transformation alone, and partnership must therefore remain at the heart of the clean energy and agricultural transformation agenda. So before concluding, let me express our sincere appreciation to everyone who has made today's conference possible. Our thanks goes to Makerere University for hosting us and providing an excellent environment for today's dialogue. To the Cedca project team for the considerable work behind the research presented, and to PEP and IDRC for their support and commitment to rigorous and policy-relevant research. We also appreciate the participation of representatives from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and other government institutions whose engagements has helped to connect the research evidence with the realities of policies and implementations. Thanks also go to all the presenters, panelists, and participants whose questions, comments, and perspectives have enriched today's discussions, as well as to the organizing team, secretariat, media team, and everyone who has worked behind the scenes to make this conference possible. Let me conclude with one simple thought. Clean energy becomes transformative when people are able to adopt it and use it productively to improve their livelihoods. When a farmer can use solar energy to irrigate rather than to depend entirely on uncertain rainfall, when agricultural produce can be refrigerated rather than lost before reaching the market, when farmers can process their products locally and capture more value rather than selling only raw produce, when a rural enterprise can expand production and create employment, and when clean energy enables farmers and rural communities to become more productive and resilient to climate change, that is when clean energy becomes development. Our challenge, therefore, is not simply to expand access to clean energy. It's to move from access to adoption, from adoption to productive use, and from productive use to productivity, resilience, and improved livelihoods. If there's one message we should take away from today's conference, perhaps it's this: technology creates the opportunity, adoption turns that opportunity into use, productive use turns clean energy into development. The conversations we've had today should therefore not end in this room. Let us continue strengthening the partnerships between researchers, policymakers, farmers, development partners, financial institutions, and the private sector. Let us continue and let us move deliberately from evidence to policy, from policy to adoption, and from adoption to impact. On behalf of EFD South Africa, I congratulate the Cedca team on this important work and wish everyone involved every success as we take this agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, from the University of Cape Town. And you have officially closed the Clean Energy for Development, a call for action, National Policy Conference. To all our participants physically present here at Makerere University Main Building, Senior Common Room, thank you very much for being active participants. We also, in the same way, thank the online participants, those who have been following on Zoom and on the Makerere University YouTube channel. You may wish to clap for each other. Yes, thank you very much. It's now time for lunch, and we are going to follow the Makerere order style. So we will only stand when we've been guided to stand and join the line. In the interest of time, Dr. Aisha is a member of the research team. Kindly help me lead our chief guest. This is table number 1 and table number 2, but you're the one leading us, and the serving team is ready, and we are strictly using this door. To all our online participants and those that is on Zoom and live stream, we've come to the successful end. We wish you the best wherever you are. Kindly also enjoy your lunch from wherever you are. So we've come to a complete stop, and I request the Zoom team and the live stream team to end the session. Thank you very much. So Dr. Aisha, kindly lead